Like, can we detect these things?
What things?
This
Oh my god, how are there still more of them? I've deleted so many!
Yeah.
Does someone keep undoing the level change and bringing them back? What the fuck is happening? They're not the problem. 100% they're not the problem. Because I've deleted, like, we've deleted everything under the rail before, and we still get it. So, like, they're not the issue.
Yeah.
They're not great that they're there, but somebody is trolling me, and somebody keeps bringing them back.
Okay, but can we delete it from there because it's crashing the engine when it collides against them?
They're crashing the engine.
Yeah. Yeah, because those are no manifold polygons.
Hey, what's up, Sarah? Is it Sarah or Sarah? I feel like I say it differently every time I see your name. And I apologise for that. Hey, what's up, RCA? It's crack-a-lacking, G. God, make me another one. I'll be feeling this tomorrow. Don't forgive me for the things I've done. I was never meant to. Hey, what's up, Kay? Have you made it to the end of the invisible beam yet? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, RCA. Not gonna lie, I was tired earlier. I was dead on my feet, but I had a little nap. Feeling good. It's another good day of Dado killing my work. Nothing changes.
I killed everything.
You sound so proud of that.
Yeah, very proud.
So am I don't mean to delete this.
Did you post the link to the Discord?
Oh no, I didn't. I'm a bad streamer. It's too hard. Ha! Good. It's supposed to be. How's Unreal treating us? Badly. Unreal's treating us bad. Where's my... Sorry about that. Yeah, we're trying to deal with that rail problem for Unreal. We've got a very bad fix for it. A very bad fix for it, but we have a cheaty sort of fix for it. Got any up, dog? Nah, I'm all out, mate. I'm all out and the shops aren't restocking. It's messing me up.
You're right, mate. You're right.
Yeah. Fair enough. As long as you don't mind me switching back and forth between the two. If you settle on one that you would have a preference for, let me know. And I'll do my best to stick to it. Met this girl late last year. She said, "I want you if I disappear until I'm before I know the mistake." And I'm from thinking that the trouble would be one jump in a real town, or she was only looking for a lot of fun. Give a long time for 2 years. Think about it. That's right. I need to do the square rails. So, do I still need to do the square rails, or are they alright now that you've done?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
See. Yeah, I'm playing with it a little bit, but really not having much luck, really. Oh, no, I mean, so stupid. I'll do this. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, no up dog. The same. How old do you think I am, Tom, that you thought I'd fall for that as well? Do you hang on, let me just position this quick.
Go. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh god. Look at my screen. Oh my god, oh my god.
Look at your screen.
Yeah.
What in the... Oh, traces. Set your trace to 1 frame. What's wrong with you?
This is the flow state. This, guys, is the internet.
This is the internet. Do you have some space left on the map to add more area like the rooftop next to the beam challenge with the low walls close together? Yeah, probably. There's a lot of like empty rooftops over here that we could maybe do some stuff like that with. That's actually not a bad idea because I've been trying to think what to do with these rooftops because it is kind of empty. It would be more to do if there was like if we could do these strides and stuff, but the stride system's not in at the moment, so yeah, potentially. Well, I could have a look at that. You're like one of those super smart 12-year-olds, I thought. Ah, appreciate that. Nice to know somebody thinks I'm smart.
What the hell? What the hell? Alright then. Alright, mate. Alright. Right. What? Doesn't make any sense.
The new Volt-to-Volt system. No, it's not a bad idea. It's no bad idea, laddie. It's no bad idea. You're getting ahead of the program. I want you to be right. Oops. Show your body close. Take another step into the no fence. And for the longest time, you're 12, that is a scout, and David is 5'7". I love that David being 5'7" is sticking.
How tall is what is this 5'7"? I missed the The
So
577 part.
So this comes from like 2 weeks ago. Me and David were streaming together. I think I was the one streaming. It was like I think you were out with family or you'd gone to sleep or something like that. I can't remember.
Possible, but anyway,
And,
yeah.
and we were streaming. We were chatting. Actually, no, you might have been in the stream. You might have just been quiet.
Okay.
We were talking about like what size you are now, like big lads. I think we were talking about doing parkour and it with big lads and stuff. And we're about the same weight. He's like 3 kilos heavier than me. And I was like, "Oh, how tall are you?" You're like 5'7". You're really short, but stats. He was like 5'7". That's a violation. I'm 5'11". And the second he bit, he was doomed. He he bit on that joke one time, and I refused to let it go.
All right.
So now every time I'm like, "Oh yeah, David's 5'7".
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
Really? Fuck's sake.
I'm
That's
6'3".
tall.
David's 5'11", I think he said.
Not 5'7" then.
No, yeah. No, he's 5'7". He's 5'7".
Okay. No, I am 5'6", so David is considerably taller than me.
Yeah, he's got an inch on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, he made the mistake of biting one time.
Right. Yeah, maybe it was maybe I was just coding,
Yeah.
Stuff that you do while you're developing the game.
6'3" is super tall for a 12-year-old. You say that, but I was a tall kid, to be fair. I was 6 foot tall at like 13, 14, I think. Maybe 14.
What?
I was a really tall kid. I got my like growth spurt really young. So I ended up being like 6 foot at like 13, 14 years old. But I didn't start like filling out muscular, like in my shoulders and my back and that, until I was like 17, 18. So I was really tall and really skinny for like my whole teenage life. And then I hit 18 and my shoulders
Really
started.
short and really skinny. Like the opposite. No, actually, yeah, just.
Yeah, but you were quite athletic, weren't you? Like football and stuff.
Me, and I was playing football like a high level, but I could never break into the first team because everyone was much bigger than me. Like, so they would just like technically I was better than them, but they would just like throw me around like everywhere on the pitch, and I just couldn't even like any contrast that was like flying. Like,
yeah, but surely speed's more important than size in football.
Yeah, but it was in the 80s and like.
Oh right, okay. Where it was like if you couldn't get the ball, you got the player.
Yeah, exactly. No, literally, like they were teaching they were teaching ways to not injure people, but like to damage like the other player in a way that the referee wouldn't see it, right? And there was like a very bastard trick, right? Like you were running next to the other guy, right? Your opponent, right? And it just like if you would touch with the elbow on like a specific part of his chest, right? It was just enough to make you lose half breath, and then it will really affect the the running.
It's your solar plexus, like where your chest plate dips in, like in line with the bottom of your pecs, where your chest dips in slightly. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was like a point there that like you would just not even like use any force, right? But just like touch it slightly there, and the other guy would just lose all the momentum because it would break the breath. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny that you mentioned that? So when I used to teach martial arts, we never taught this to the kids. This was in the adults class when it was like self-defense was a bit more like you had to just win type thing. Like like a pointed elbow to that point of the chest, your solar plexus, was one of the techniques we taught, but it was one of the like super dangerous ones we taught because you really don't have to put much power into it, and you completely level somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, I was one of 2 people in the entire club who could demo it because I was one of 2 people who could like hold the pad and breathe properly so that it wouldn't hit me and I'd just drop.
Yeah.
That was
I know. It was like, and like also to those tricks, it's like just to like make it the opponent off balance and the things like yeah, basically they were basically teaching, I don't know, like very nasty stuff. But these days it's completely different. These days you can't touch like if you see Messi, like you can't even go like 1 meter close, and you know it's just super mega protected.
We used to call
If you
that
see the
prison rules
stuff
at school.
Maradona was doing, it was just like it's just
Marathon.
like murder.
Yeah, we used to call that prison rules at school. If we played football like at break or at lunch, we'd like if someone shouted prison rules, it meant there were no rules anymore. You could just do whatever you want.
Right.
So people would start doing like slide tackles where they were 2 foot in, but their feet were like off the ground. So you'd get someone in the calf,
Yeah.
just take the legs out.
Yeah.
What martial arts did I do? I done a street defense. I was part of a street defense club, which primarily our focus was kickboxing. A little bit of Thai kickboxing, but mainly like Dutch style. But honestly, we done everything. We done Muay Thai, Jiu Jitsu, wrestling, boxing, Wing Chun, weapons training. I've done a little bit of everything, but mainly kickboxing. Funny thing is, I was always a better Muay Thai fighter than I was a kickboxer. Like, I'm better at just standing there and trading shots than being super light on my feet. Yeah, I really miss it. I do miss it. I've tried other clubs, but they're just not the same energy. You're a parkour runner as well. I used to be. So I done parkour when I was a teenager, from the age of about 13-ish till about 17, 18. And then I stopped, which is a decision I highly regret. It's one of the very few decisions in my life I regret. And then I started training again last summer. And but it was like right at the end. So I got like a month's training and then English winter kicked in and it was like, I'm getting rained off every spot and it's freezing. It's like, so I'll probably pick it up again in the spring. The power Hadouken sneeze. What?
Hadouken!
What do you mean the
What
Hadouken
the
sneeze?
hell is going on there?
On what, my screen?
What's that?
What's going on what, on my screen?
No, on my screen.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, it looks sus, but no, it's my screen.
I was going to say, I know my screen looks bad, but...
Yeah.
it's,
No, I know it sounded extremely sus of what you were doing, but no, it's my screen.
Put yourself as an unlockable character. I was saying I wanted to do the mocap. I don't think I could fit in the suit. Not for like the proper like vaults and that, because that's got to be the STORROR boys and stuff that do that. But I was like, if you ever need mocap for like bales and stuff, just put me in the mocap suit and let me go. I'll bail all day. I don't care.
I think the suit is too small. I think.
Probably.
I mean, it's a large suit, but I don't think Callum can get in the suit. I think.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
the
maybe
problem.
Callum can.
I guess the problem with the suit as well is that because you can't allow like any slack space because the sensors have to stay still, so they can't make like a one size fits all because then it'd be too baggy.
Yeah.
So really, it's got to be like you fit the suit doesn't fit you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my mega sneeze. No, I didn't. That was too much power. Too much power for one person. I didn't teach anybody that.
Like, what the hell? I mean, seriously? This is just... I don't even understand what changed, really.
Hey, what's up, David?
I'm doing myself uh, 10 minutes to understand.
How's that 5-7 live treating you? Move AI is the way to go. Let's move AI. Ah, okay. Yeah, every time I find one of these like camera only mocap setups, I always give them a little test. But usually they're always like just one camera. A 4-camera setup's a little bit more than I've got. What I do keep finding though, over and over and over again, is that the examples they show are super like curated, carefully picked examples. It's so hard to get it to be that accurate. They're good.
I was looking for an office, right, for us, right, and it was a really cool building in Kingston. Just brand new, like all the cool blah blah stuff, and it was one of those like co-working space, like you go like few companies, right?
Oh yeah.
And one of the companies that was there was Move AI.
Oh, that's cool.
I wanted to go and say, hey, hi, but then I didn't.
Fair. Come on. Oh, it's too long as well. It's way too long. Studying to a boy in a bench team.
$1 a day. That's not too shabby. I mean, we paid 9K for our subscription a year. How much is per day? 9K. £30 a day.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's about
25.
25 pounds.
Yeah, 25 quid a day.
Yeah, it's 25 times cheaper. Not too bad.
Hey, what's up, Matthew?
Yeah, it's really bad because, I mean, you pay the suit like 15K, and then
You have to get
you
that
need to
license
pay
fee.
subscription for using the freaking software. I mean, XSense is amazing. Like, quality is.
Out of curiosity,
But
and as not feasible as this would be, do you need the Accent software to use the Accent mocap suit? Could you use your own software from it?
yeah, but you need to reverse engineer the data file, right?
Oh, okay.
They're probably encrypted with some shit. I mean, I would do that to be honest if I were them, but yeah, they're probably encrypted and shit
I
like
mean,
that.
even if it wasn't, it would still be like a ton of work to make your own version of that software. But
Yeah, I know, it's too much work.
I was more just curious.
But they have this cloud-based thing in which basically you pay what's the name? Pay as you go sort of thing. Which
I bet that's more expensive in the long run, though.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always a win-win for them. Because like if I have to pay, no, I say 200 quid for every mocap session. I mean, that would bother me so much. Like,
Yeah, but if it was like 200 quid just for like a session and the size didn't matter, you just do like a 14-hour mocap session and be like, all right, 200 quid, I'm abusing this.
yeah. Toby, don't stop. No, keep going. You cannot stop.
You got like all 7 of the store guys are like, I can't. I'm fucked. I can't do it anymore. You've just got like a cattle prod. You're right. Get parkouring. Get moving. How am I? Hmm. I'm gonna have to do a custom box for this one.
Yeah, imagine doing a 14-hour session
Oh my god, could you
and then
imagine?
it was calibrated.
You just have to give up there, right? You just go home.
Yeah, yeah, the one say, oh, fuck's sake. No, I think they should do like reality capture is doing. They should just let you like see the
Yes,
thing, right? And then if you want, you pay, and then like yeah.
that'd be good. I've got to admit, I'm looking forward to getting back into reality capture and starting to work with that again, and try to work out how to use it, how we're going to use it. We sack off the game at that point. Yeah, like 3 years of work, I'm like, fuck it, it's not worth it anymore. $1 a day for unlimited mocap. Jesus.
But like, what does it mean? Like, does it mean that like do you spend $1 only for the day that you are using
No,
it, or
no. I guess it's like a $1 a day subscription, and for that
yeah? So
you can process as much mocap as you want. There's no like.
it's $365 basically the subscription there instead of 9K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah! The glowing green lights. I'm getting them. The
Yeah.
aliens are attacking. Oh, they discovering something.
I think I still believe that camera-based mocap they still suffer for terrible
First sliding.
uh, sliding problem.
Um. Yeah. The thing is, like, so the ones I've tested, they operate. They perform way better than I expect. But I've noticed that a lot of the sliding tends to happen when it's not a great camera angle or if you're moving too fast. So I am actually curious if this Move AI will do okay because it's a multi-camera setup, so it's more likely to get it right on all angles.
Yeah, but a multi-camera setup is already bothering me. Like it's way too much effort for.
Yeah, but
Like
not if we got an office space with our own mocap studio in there, like
yeah, but
set up
if
a
we
mocap
go in the
studio.
space with the mockup studio, then we go for fully fledged Vicon 8, mega thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's do it. What are you waiting for? Up to 8
I'm
cameras.
waiting for some money that
Oh,
to
yeah.
in my bank account to get.
Nah, you could front the 8 cameras and a mocap studio.
Yeah, out of no. I was once I was really close to rent a big uh, an old big and empty warehouse, It was like a massive warehouse. They were basically the owner was like uh basically demolishing that thing because it wasn't used forever, and it was quite cheap. So I thought, I may just get it and then just think about what to do with it, but I never did.
I mean, if you could have got it dirt cheap, then definitely should have.
Uh, yeah, I should have bought that. It's
Because that
super
always
cheap.
like that gives you the opportunity to do some real like interesting stuff with it, interesting projects and stuff. But there's one thing I want to do if I ever hit the like win the lottery from like super rich or whatever, if I can afford it, basically. I want to get like a massive warehouse space or maybe like two warehouses and join them if you need to. So you know how like in Squid Game they had the village that they recreated.
With the game.
Yeah, so in Squid Game they recreated like the dude's village that he grew up in when
Yeah,
they
yeah,
created the
yeah,
marble game. I'd want to do something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. Like so I'd like hire Sam, I'd like commission him to design this sort of map and actually build it in the warehouse. So you've got a quote unquote parkour city or parkour village that looks like a
Ah,
real
okay.
place, but is
Yeah,
designed with parkour in mind and has real, like proper solid construction equipment and get an actual crew in and stuff. And then
yeah,
you would have like like the controlled weather and environment of a gym in that you're not going to get rained out and things like that. But the sort of urban experience of it being designed to be like a city.
yeah.
And then just turn that into like a gym and just have it as like a business thing. It'd be hella expensive to set up, but like that'd be sick.
No, I think like if it's like your own thing, you can do it. I mean, the problem is that when you wanna like doing it publicly, that you need all sort of like insurances and policies and bullshit like that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but even just to get like the warehouse space and to build it all in that and the materials and stuff, it's still going to be expensive as hell. But
Yeah, yeah.
that's it. That is something that I'd love to do one day.
But if you think about the amount of money that they spend in making even a you know a B movie, right, with a ridiculous budget, right, they still go, they still spend quite a lot of money, like such a small production.
Yeah, a park builder feature. Yeah, so there'll be. I've answered this question a million times, but I don't care. I'll keep answering it. So currently, like the people on the team at the moment that are actively working, so me, Dad, and David, we all like really like the modding community, and especially me because that's kind of how I found my way onto hits was trying to forcibly mod SVP. um, and we'd want some sort of mod support map builder type thing, whether it's as a dedicated thing like a forge mode or if it's built in as part of game mode or something like that. But so it'll probably come at some point, but how we do it hasn't been discussed right now. And when it does happen, it will probably be like its own dedicated update because it would be a huge thing and we'd do it properly and all that. But there will more than likely be something like that. So the sky is break wings and the clouds getting high. We ain't hit a raven on the line. So take me back to London. You're just staring at the rail.
Me, yeah, no, I'm just sad about the rain.
Do we use Google Maps
Sad
for world
rain.
building?
Sad, sad.
So there was some like unseen map tests and stuff that I'd done where we were trying to recreate real areas, and we used Google Maps and I used like Google Earth and that like to get shots of Barbican to recreate it. This one in particular, this level we're on, I don't know. It wasn't done by us. It was designed by a dude from Capstone called Sam. But I have a feeling he's probably largely done it off the top of his head, along with some reference images and inspiration. But designing parkour parks is his job. So this was kind of just a chance for him to go nuts with it and do it on a huge scale. Oh, a camera and a replay feature will be a thing, 100%. That'll be all over that. But especially since so a massive part of what SPP is going to be is the multiplayer social aspects of it, trying to emulate that parkour community thing where it's going to a spot and setting challenges and making clips and having teams, and that whole social aspect of it is going to be huge. So yeah, like a replay editor clip type system is going to be a big thing.
What's that noise?
What was that noise?
It was a weird noise, like
I mean,
mobile phone.
my girlfriend just left the room, so it might just been like floorboards in the door and stuff. But... Do glass though. Gotta remember that there ain't no place that home. Jet plane headed up to the sky. Spread wings. There was an actual camera guy. Well, there's a. Hold up.
No, that was exactly my idea of a local multiplayer. Like one is the camera guy or the drone operator, whoever. One is just filming, and the other guy is doing parkour, and then you need to. Oh wait, no, I didn't get you. Like that. I mean that as the local co-op multiplayer is such a cool idea.
I think it'd be a fun idea for sure. I think that'd be a real fun idea.
Yeah, one controller controls the camera, and a guy that does parkour, he needs to rely on the camera guy in order to see what is going on. Yeah.
Oh, relies on the camera guy to. Oh no!
Yeah,
I thought you meant it was
exactly,
one person would be doing the stuff and one person would be filming it. I didn't realize one person would be controlling the view for the other.
Yeah. No, I think that is the cool bit, right? They say, no, just I can see the shit.
Oh, I would troll the ever loving fuck out of my mates for that.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think those things, multiplayer that way is a lot easier than just a fully fledged replicator, moving everything. Just one controls the camera and the other one just goes. It's so much easier.
I mean, is it easier?
Well, yeah, because all the input that you have is just the guy moving the camera. The guy that is doing the parkour is always let's say the server, right? It's just just does all the right thing, and the guy moving the camera just potentially, right? We could do it as I know that there is lag and everything, but if you stream it, right? Let's say on Twitch or YouTube, whatever, right? You know that they on Twitch they got stream command, or just type something in the chat, right?
Yeah, like the
and
integration.
Then,
the integration.
Yeah. So you could actually control the game from the chat, and maybe I don't know, something is throwing some bananas skin, and then it's something that is not strictly real-time multiplayer, right? It is real-time multiplayer, but it's not moving the character and jumping, just very low frequency stuff. I think that's awesome. Yeah, very well.
Have a campaign tutorial where Toby Sash's character teaches you how to use the camera and drone. That'd be cool. I mean, that would make sense if we was going to have someone tutorial like the drone stuff. It's got to be one of them two.
Why? No. Does. I mean,
Like the mouth GoPro and all that. That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yo, yo, yo.
Bonjour, Doc.
How are you, sir?
buonasera.
I'm alive.
Fucking hell. It's been a rough day.
It's actually been alright, to be fair. We've actually made some good progress.
Yeah, fair.
I think hypothetically.
Yep.
Next.
My graphics card's gone again.
Oh, a lot of
A
changes.
nice procedural guy. He's becoming the one.
Happened to Josh as well.
Yeah, he's becoming the one. Look at that.
I love how every time my graphics card goes, it's a different effect. It's never the same effect twice.
Yeah, they run random shaders when it crashes. And...
Would it be possible to respawn at the session marker when we fall in water and not start? No, too easy. Sorry, Kay.
Oh shit, yeah, we need session mark.
Yeah,
What?
we did.
Speaking of session markers, we need to do the session marker.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, I finally got the gradient fade to work. It's not a super. I don't know how good of a system it is. It's not super usable unless you're the one that made it. But I got it to work.
That.
So
It's like you're just prepping us for the madness. It's like,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
not
like
simple, but it works.
It works for me because I built it and I know how it works. But I am fully prepared to be like, it's kind of a mess. But I mean, step one is get it to work. You refine it afterwards. I'm taking the engineer approach of just the first one is big and bulky, but it works, and then.
Can we alright then? Can we set a date for this next release for this play test? Because like I think we kind of need the session marker because people are getting annoyed. Like it was quite annoying. Can we make an event on Saturday? Do you think it'll be ready by then? I think so.
What to release it?
Again, David?
Not 010, but to release this. I was thinking, could we make an event for Saturday to release this next version? Because the jumps I think are there, right? I'm gonna go now and just elaborate them while I watch some anime. Well, just the cat passes for now. But I think beyond that.
What day is today? Wednesday.
Yeah, today's Thursday, so tomorrow's Thursday. So then we got Thursday, Friday to do cleanups, fix cycle, because I want to fix the IK quickly. I don't think it's gonna be long, and then we just gotta do that session marker stuff, and then there's also a little problem with the balance that I've noticed has appeared out of nowhere. So I gotta fix that. But I also don't want to really feel rushed. So I'm thinking if we said Saturday, right, people are gonna be around, they're gonna be able to play it, blah blah blah. Like maybe Saturday evening or something. I don't know.
I think we can have let's have a Saturday evening playtest session, but
That's what I was thinking, yeah, and then just drop it there.
let's release it anywhere. Really. It doesn't really matter when, as long as
Yeah,
like we go
once it's ready,
bigger.
but I was thinking like Saturday is like a deadline, so like if there is something you want to change, or like we notice something, we can change it. But then on Saturday, it's like stop what you're doing and release it. No more changes.
Yeah, but I think like 4 days is way too long.
Oh shit, it's 4 days, isn't it? Whoa. Thursday, Friday. Oh yeah, wow. Let's do Friday then. Fuck it. Let's release on Friday. Why not? I think Friday's fine.
When did you want to do the session marker thing?
Oh, let's do it tomorrow. I'll be back around 5.
Okay.
I'm not around in the morning, but I'll be back around 5, and then I'm not gonna go gym, so I'll just be on this all night. Yeah, let's smash out then.
No, actually, I was doing the session market now really because I'm doing all the cleanup for your mess, guns.
Many?
So yeah, let's do the session market now. It's just that easy code, right? It's mostly there.
It's pretty easy, mate. Let me do it now. Give me 1
Do it
minute.
now.
Oh, also, what did you guys think of the flow stuff? I know it's been disconnected, so I haven't actually had a chance to have a second look at it.
I didn't even. I grabbed latest quite late. I hadn't seen it yet. Let me jump into the level now. So what is it?
If you've grabbed it too late, it might be disconnected because Dano disconnected it.
Did they kill it? And
No.
rightfully so.
Basically, it was just me testing a load of stuff when you hit the different stages of like the camera got slightly more and more wacky. So it was like there was a little camera shake every time you hit a new stage, and then like there was an increase in saturation.
It was like, Earthquake 11 on the Richter scale, like.
It wasn't.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, very subtle camera shake. It was like.
I didn't say it was subtle. I said it was small.
Yeah, it wasn't small. It's quite massive. Anyway, yeah, I kill it anyway. So. that would teach you a lesson. Get everything.
How dare I try things?
Yeah.
But have you seen the level blueprint now? It's amazing.
Is it?
Like, not even a single variable or function or code. It's just the way it should be.
The level doesn't even exist. We just killed the level. Just.
So let me look at my code quickly. This session mark. What the fuck am I doing?
Right. So okay, I give up this stupid rail thing because you're doing it anyway. Right. So
Fair.
Yeah. What should we do on this session marker then?
Yeah.
What is the status?
Let me have a look. So let me show a screen. I didn't remember what the fuck I did.
I think it's basically done, right? It's
like, sure it is. I've got all the things. I've got the calls. I've got new session marker, delete session marker, teleport to session marker. When I do each from, I think they're all public too. Yeah, they are. Cool. When I do one, if it's active, go to that location. Well, we know it works because we had it working when there was no input, right? So and people were somehow like getting the idea of it. And then, how do I open session marker menu? Oh, okay. I used a variable just to see if it was open or not. I see. Okay. Okay, well, that's pretty straightforward. That's pretty nothing, really. Okay, so, guys, what do you need from me? So I'm guessing you need to know.
Well, it depends on if you want it to be from me or if you want to take over at this point. So
The UI work.
what I've got on my screen at the moment is what comes up when I press my like test button, basically.
Can you share in Discord so I can see your screen?
Oh, sorry, I forgot I restarted mention. Apologies. So that's what comes up when I do my little test button at the moment, which that can be moved around to different parts of the controller or whatever. But if we're sticking to the D-pad, then it's already created for it.
Cool.
Do you want to take over and you just call that, because it's just a function that I'm calling?
Okay, and that just puts it on the screen, right?
Yeah. So when I press T for my test button, I create the widget and then I call the session marker function with the desired tech being session marker, and then everything else is set up to already work.
Okay, and then so that we have set, and then because I'm thinking after doing whatever you want to do, just close the menu, right? Just like fucking
Just
or
fade out and delete the widget. Fade out.
well, for now, just get rid of it. But I'm thinking, is it a case of? Sorry, is it a case of if the menu's open it? But yeah, but I guess you don't necessarily want to. But then a part of me is like, you want to. If you teleport, you should just close the menu up, right? Like if you set it, maybe not, because you're like, oh, that's wrong. Let me just move over here and set it again. So you don't have to be like, oh, you know what I mean? So maybe when you're setting it, leave it open until you press. No, but then how do you close it?
Yeah, because then you'd have to have a second button specifically.
Yeah. Let's just do. Once you do the thing, it closes the menu. You have one choice. Make a choice. If you mess up, go again. Do you mean? And then it's just two buttons. It doesn't do anything else. So if go to is on left, right? Let's do that. So that one you go boop boop. So open will be left as well. Okay. So open on left, go to on left, place on right. Because go to, I'm guessing, is going to be the more frequent one. So whichever one. Yeah, and left is easier to access from the.
Can you put like place on the down? Because I think it's a more ergonomically. Yeah, it's ergonomically better because you press it left, right, and then I put down. Like you usually put down the marker, right?
Put down the marker.
Down is.
Although, but I won't lie to you, that visually, like in terms of looking at the input controls, there's something about that that's like, ew. It makes sense. Like maybe we should do up and down then, rather than, which kind of makes sense. Like up, like teleport, beam me up, Scotty. Do you know what I mean? Maybe
yeah, no, but like the problem with doing across the scale is that is more uncomfortable than like going like 45 degree.
But is that a bad thing? Because then that means that placing it is a very intentional choice. You're not going to accidentally overwrite it, or you're less likely to accidentally overwrite it.
Well, as long as yeah, but like what I like about left and down is like double tap is basically go to, which you can do very quick, right? And so it's fast and for this gameplay. Like left and down, like down is really like putting down the market, right? Literally.
Yeah, no, I like the. What I'm saying is like I would like to keep symmetry on the thing, like on the inputs, like not be like left and then down, because with just two inputs, the symmetry feels nice. Because then you can be like, oh, like one axis is my session marker, right? If I press up is like go to, and down is place. And so if you're doing it, it's just up on this D-pad, and that goes back to my marker. Up down is to place.
Yeah.
So both are pretty quick axes, but I'm just thinking also like both from an input thing of like left down, like input, it feels easy, but there's something nice about the symmetry of one is the thing and then the opposite is the opposite move, right? Your two options is
also just the UI on the screen, having it be opposite sides makes it quite nicely balanced.
I feel like it'll look really sus with the UI, right? Like unless if you had three options, maybe, but because we only have two, I feel like they kind of have to be symmetrical now. Because I can't imagine a UI with go to on the left and then place on the down, and then I just feel like it would look
It would
weird.
feel like really weirdly heavily weighted to like the bottom left of the image because all the
Yeah,
information
but
would be on the bottom left.
like we need to think in terms of ergonomicity, not in terms of like, because we can change the visual of the UI at any time, but like the most important thing that your finger move like in a
But I also think it's into intuition, right? Like it's like both. It's got to be ergonomic, but it also has to be intuitive. Like if I
yeah.
told you, like you have two options for the session marker, press up. What's the second option? You'll be like press down. You're gonna be like press left. Like
Yeah,
you mean your initial instinct would be to press the opposite input of what you're going to do. It's
like
like if
the antagonist muscle of it.
yeah, literally, it's say the like equal like the opposite thing. So if one option is to go forward, like go like teleport is like up, right? Like beam me up to wherever I want to go, and then place is down, like put it down. Those two not only like make sense in terms of the actions they're doing, but then being opposite makes is more intuitive. It's more intuitive.
Yeah,
And
but like, but if you take the pad in your hand, moving from, let's say, up and right, it's super easy. Moving up and down, it's a lot more effort.
yeah, but so is placing it. Like the placing up to open it and placing it is it's a low frequency move. You don't place a marker like every like go to is a high frequency move, right? You're gonna
Mhm.
go to the marker often. You'll place a marker once every, I don't know, every different spot. So it's quite rare that you're gonna have to be like, dude, like, and
Yeah,
also placing your marker, it's very purposeful. Like you're thinking about, okay, I want to go and place it here, up, move around to the position, and then place. Right. I anticipate most people will just open the menu, move to the location they want to, or like when they do, open the menu and then press place. Like, and I mean pressing up and then down, although it's like, yeah, it's slightly you move your thumb a little more, but I feel like it's not enough of an like it's not damaging enough to like outwarrant both the symmetry of the input and like intuition of it. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Mm.
we're currently
I
getting
think like
feedback in the
so.
chat requesting for press and hold to bring the menu up, and then the right stick aim and release is what we're getting
No,
in the chat.
that's like totally
I'm
like
just
it just you move your finger like horribly, right? So
the thing is though, because it's already effort to get down to the D-pad. Once you're on the D-pad with your thumb, going from button to button relatively isn't that much effort compared to just getting there in the first place. So once you've already made the effort to get there, I think doing opposite buttons isn't that bad.
well, yes, but like I think right, I'm looking at the button now. Like the most high frequency stuff that I want to do is just to go to the session marker, right? Because I want to try the thing 10,000 times, right?
Yeah.
So like the most comfortable D-pad key from where you are, like canonically, is the right on the D-pad. Like I can go right, double click right on the D-pad very easy. The same thing is not true for any other D-pad button. Any other D-pad button, they are
Wait,
like,
the easiest is right for you.
yeah, yeah, because like it's the closest one to the right thumbstick, right? To the left thumbstick. So you just move it like not even an inch, and like your masters don't like you don't need any.
You're using PlayStation controllers.
Yeah.
I'm using an Xbox controller.
Yeah, but like,
Oh,
The thumbstick is on the
let me
left of the D-pad for me, so
let me
the least movement for my thumb from the thumbstick to the D-pad is either the left or top. Right is the
Oh, right.
furthest jump
Okay.
for me.
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I got the Xbox controller here. Yeah, but
Which kind of renders the whole argument moot because it's going to be different for everybody that uses it.
yeah.
I vote
Yeah.
for
So
up, 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 mutiny. I like up because
That's a
of what
bit
you
of a
said
bummer.
about.
I mean, we could really change it per controller. There is nothing wrong with that.
I think that gets confusing as hell. That's the
Yeah.
thing, though. Personally,
Well,
because like people do swap controllers, and also if I'm playing on PlayStation and then go to play on Xbox with a controller, or if one of my friends is playing and the other one's playing differently, having different inputs is like, what the fuck am I doing? I play this game all the time. Why don't I know how to open a session marker? I'm
Yeah.
gonna open up a can of worms there.
right.
The reason why I'm saying up is because of what you said about placing down the marker. Like that makes sense. That is a lot of sense. And then up feels like teleporting, right? Because that's what you're doing, right? You're teleporting to that spot. So up kind of like, like beam, like that whole like go. Up screams more go to than left or right. Left or right tells me like adjust or like change means like go to, down means like place. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, but like the thing that makes more sense to me is, I mean, you like usually the time, like well, at least in like in the when you have a Roman alphabet, right? Like the letters go from left to right, okay? So
No input output.
time goes
We tried
forward
doing the
towards
number
the
input, and
right.
it was on the old version. We didn't. None of us liked it.
What's that?
Sorry, I was replying to the chat.
All right. So time, like if you see a forward direction, at least in our culture, is towards the right, right? Like time flows towards the right. If
Don't
you
know
have to
about
think
that.
about a direction.
When I think of forward, I think up. Like I do not think of right.
No,
Like
but I understand of like progression
I know
goes
what you
left to
mean in
right.
terms
You
of the
read
clock
left to
face and
right.
how it rotates and all that, but I think that's that's overcomplicated. If we were to be like straight up like what button on the keypad represents forward or go to, you're gonna press up. It's because if you move forward in the game, you press W. You know what I mean? Like in terms of going forward, going to a point, up will represent that way more than any other button. Like I think if you were to ask like 1,000 people, which one do you think button is the go-to button? I think 999 would say up, and that's what I'm thinking. It's just more of an intuitive input in that sense than like I don't know.
This is me
Because I
playing
would
with keyboard and
there's
mouse.
something about the
Sorry.
symmetry of the inputs that is nice, like left and
Yeah,
down.
but there is a difference between the
Missed it.
symmetry of visuals
You're not wrong.
and symmetry of ergonomicity.
100%. That I get, but I'm also thinking of like of also like the controls and like knowing the scheme, like because it's almost like if I like okay, so if I like sort of how like okay, well so people were like oh if I was like left trigger is to climb, right, and then before people even knew what to do with jump, right, they knew it was the right trigger, right, and it's like well if right trigger is to climb jump, people instantly think left trigger is gonna do something else, right, or like it's gonna impact somehow because it's the opposite of whatever the other main one is. So you think okay, there's two things, it's gonna probably be right trigger, left trigger. Now, although right bumper is the next nearest input, like
Do you know
unless you're
what's
using a different.
Do you know what's a really funny support of your argument that I've just purely by accident happened in real time? So for someone in the chat, for Sarah, I'm playing keyboard and mouse, and I knew that you'd put the climb controls on keyboard and mouse, but I didn't know what they were because I have never used them. So I'm like, I was like, oh, it's not shift because that's what I thought it was. That's what it used to be. And I was like, all right, well, Volt's left button, so let's try right. And I immediately started climbing,
Yeah,
which is exactly what you just said. Of like, it's the opposite button, so it makes sense that it would be the appropriate one.
is there something about like with the intuition of it that it's like if you only have two options, having them as opposite inputs is the most intuitive way of representing them. Like I get what you mean in terms of like it is quicker, But then I'm also like, should placing be more effortful? Should it be like less spammy than go to? And it kind of should, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. I think so.
Yeah.
I think slightly more effort to place probably, I mean, kind of supports the idea that you place every so often, rather than like I move here to do. It's like, okay, down. So because it's so low frequency, I think slightly more effortful input might be all right in order to gain a more intuitive control along both control scheme and also visual UI. We could change it. I mean, it's also like we could just fucking change it. It doesn't really matter, does it? Like we could try it, and then people, if it's easier, flip it around, which is the benefit of doing the procedural thing, right? It's just a changing in the value.
No, but I think like once we set it, it's quite hard to go back because if people will get used, I think like people will get used to pretty much
Whatever
anything
you
that's
give
not
them.
stupid. So
Yeah.
it won't
'Cause
really make much of a difference. But yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Because then I'm thinking, even if it is slightly less ergonomic, people will get used to it very quickly. So I feel like going for the thing that is more intuitive and will be visually nicer because symmetry is sexy. I think that might be the, because then it's like for people that aren't playing it and are watching it, when you see the two things, it's like up and down. It's like, ooh, symmetry.
It's like, ooh.
Ooh, symmetry is sexy. Well, it is actually true. Symmetry is sexy, isn't it? That's how they define the most attractive people, though.
No, yeah, symmetry is actually no. It's the asymmetry that is.
No, asymmetry is interesting. Symmetry is sexy.
No, I don't think so. Symmetry, like perfect symmetry, is rubbish.
No,
I mean, unless it's a
the
mathematical
hottest woman alive is chosen based on the symmetry of her face.
Yeah,
like you're more attractive if you have a more symmetrical face, no?
Yeah, like at a macro level, right? But not in not in a detail level. Like,
Of course, I mean,
of
look
course,
at
like you need to have two eyes that are roughly the same, like, but like if you have like no, like have you ever tried to just take like the most beautiful person, right, and just cut it in Photoshop in half and do a symmetry? It just looks off. It's just like it doesn't look as beautiful as.
What do you do in your spare time?
No, I mean that there was a very famous study about that. I mean, symmetry, like macro symmetry, is what makes a face beautiful. But
the problem is, Smith, if we do a survey on the Discord, we'll never get an answer. We'll have too many answers. It won't be useful.
But
also think that you know the one thing about those surveys, right? This I think what over time I've learned now is that sometimes, okay, not all the time, but quite often, gamers don't know what they actually want until you give it to them. Like they think they do because of experiences of like in other games, right? And that applies to a lot of things, right? But then I feel like when you're actually making a new game, like could be quite dangerous to just follow everything how every other game did it, right? Because then it's like you're trying to do something new, you have to break the mold somewhere. But people won't intrinsically be like break the mold because they're not used to it, right? Like they'll always naturally result to what they know and what they like. So if someone likes, say, Souls games more, they're gonna want an input scheme that's more like Souls games. If someone likes sim games more, they're gonna want like, oh no, I think the input should be on individual sticks, right? Like they're not thinking about it from a dev perspective where you're trying to cater to an audience. They're thinking about what do I like, what do I want.
Yeah, like the famous quote from Henry Ford that said, I cannot ask people what they want because they would say a faster horse.
Yeah. Why is my controller not working?
I like that. That's a good quote. I hadn't heard that before.
No? It was a very famous.
No, I never heard it before. It's a good quote though.
Yeah. And apparently it's a real one, yeah. Not one of those fake ones. You know, like
It's not.
99% of
It's
the
none of
quote
that
they
fake
say
news.
Einstein said is all bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's the problem with the internet. People can make up quotes, and as long as it sounds vaguely realistic, you get away with it.
He also said another quote that is like incredibly true. He said, "Well, bear in mind that the guy like did those stuff like over 100 years ago, right? So like very very early in the um, you know technological revolution." And he said, uh,
Oh,
"There is real progress is when it's for everyone." Which is like incredibly true. I mean, even to these days, right?
yeah, it's true. Very true, mate. It's very true, mate. Okay, so that being said, left
Yeah.
or
The randomly.
Dad is just like we're just like in life. Sometimes there
Just-
are lemons, and you must make them.
Waxing philosophical, like what control scheme are we using?
But
In
life
life?
is what happens when you're busy making other plans.
Awesome. What control scheme are we using?
John Lennon.
Yes, the famous quote from Yoda.
Yoda.
Also, to be fair to the backers, they did like some of them pretty much got along with using an invisible input. So maybe we don't even need a UI ad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe we just leave them to figure it out. Like I think Kratz or something was just like, yeah, I know the control scheme now. I don't even need to have a assigned button.
Yeah, Krautfin. Or
Imagine.
we really play into that and we just the whole control scheme for everything shifts all the time. Like the buttons and the volt inputs just change randomly every like 10 minutes and you just have to work it out.
I said change every time you vote, it changes to some random input.
It's like
So in
that
order
COD
to
random gun game mode.
Yeah. Imagine so to try and create like a line, you have to not only put together the moves but also figure out the sequence. But there's actually a code, it's like Fibonacci or some shit like that.
Oh, well, so if you can memorize the Fibonacci sequence, you're like, I know what the next one is.
But then every 10 minutes, the sequence we use actually changes.
Fuck's sake. Start turning into like the Da Vinci Code or something.
So they do
Oh,
one
you
vote,
know.
then have to like do like 20 hours of research, and then like, I know the second answer.
I know the second answer.
So, the consensus is up and down, right? But how is the UI is gonna look up and down? Like the good thing about nowadays left and right is that there is the symmetry visually in the
Hold
UI.
up.
Right?
I thought
Yeah.
your only concern was the the fuck that.
Hey,
Yeah,
mister.
yeah.
I'm out.
But
Never mind. I'm out. I give up.
I don't wanna spend another half an hour talking about the ergonomicity of the thing.
How did you
So
say that so easily?
if you go up and down, right? I think the test is gonna look weird because one is gonna be on the left and one is gonna be on the right, right?
Yes. We'd have to change the way we're doing it, I think. Or, like the way it's laid out and stuff.
Bum, 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 bum. In the meantime, I'm gonna expose what was the well, it's actually there already. Like you set a new marker. Oh crap! Hold on. Yeah, new session marker. Yeah, so it said you can only set one if the marker is already active because of delete. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do here, if the marker is not active, set it. Otherwise, you just didn't even need to check though.
Oh, we need to set it up as well so that you can't
Question.
use it if we're doing a time trial.
Question. The session marker. Now, are we gonna have a visual like location thing so you know where it is, or I don't know. That seems. I just don't like the idea of that. I think you should just.
I think
go
it would
back.
maybe be good to have like. See, I'd be inclined to say you have like a small one or a really like low opacity one. So when you're next to it, you can kind of see just to make sure it's in the right place and you can visualize it. But if you're like a cross map, it's not like a bright beam of light in the air or anything.
Because I'm just thinking like you're not gonna see it anyway, and then because the issue then to then have that you have to add a delete so that people can choose to not have that visual thing in their way if they want to like set the marker somewhere and then maybe move around it, right?
That's not a bad idea from Kraut then. It just leaves a pair of footsteps on like footprints on the ground. It's not a terrible idea.
A part of me thinks just like sack it off, just don't even have any visual. Like when we actually have like a map, maybe show it on there. But other like in world, it seems just cleaner just to like have nothing.
Yeah, but why would you want to see where the marker is? I mean, once you go there, you don't need to see it, right?
Because then you know where it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, you already know where it is because you just placed it.
Yeah, but you're assuming they've got perfect recall. Like 100%, I would forget exactly where I've set it up.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because
but
if you don't remember what it is, you just press a button and you know what it is.
Yeah, but if you're setting it up for a very specific jump, run, vault, gap, whatever, and it needs you need it placed precisely. If you've got no visual feedback, you don't really know if you put it in the right place or not. But you put it there and you're like, I guess I'll try 3-4 times and guess.
But I guess you could put it there and then just go to it. No, because I'm thinking about with Skate, right? When I played that, I never once even thought about having a visual marker. Like I remember playing it, and it wasn't even a thought that you would need one because you just when you place it, you know, like I placed it at the top of the stairs, or I placed it on top of this building, and then when I do whatever the fuck I want to do, and it'll be like, oh I go back to my marker that I know is at the top of the building, right? And then I set a new one that is at the top of this building, and then you go back. And it's like if I want to do a line, I'm like, okay. My marker's at the start of the line. Do whatever you want to do, then piss back off there. And then if you're like, how do I know I set it? Well, just try go there. Like your menu will close so that you know it's been set. So then it's like, okay, it's been set. And then it's like, okay, cool. Do your thing. Blah blah blah.
I think what is important is the fact when you go to the market, it's just like exactly the one that we had in 007, right? Like it was that thunderstorm. I mean, maybe that was a bit over the top, but at least you got an effect. Oh yeah, I just restarted again.
Kind of visual, like whatever, like fade in or whatever it is. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Okay, for now, I want to kill this delete. Piss off. You don't deserve to live.
Piss off, ghost.
Yeah, before I do that, let me find where I use it before I break everything. Oh. Go away, mate. Go away, mate. You can go. Okay. I'm gonna change the names because place session marker. Are we using go-to?
Oh, that's the point. I'm not sure. So I used go-to because it was the closest synonym for teleport I could think of that similarly matched the amount of characters as place. Because having like a short word on the right and a really long word on the left felt odd to look at. So I was trying to find similarly sized words.
Would you use travel?
Yeah, but always things in terms of localization. I mean, in German, it could be an incredibly long word.
Yeah, but surely that, unless you speak every language, surely that's always going to be a problem. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. It's like don't try to match the short word in English because it could be totally, you know, a different scenario in any other language.
All right, it's someone's
Yeah,
job to go through every single language and check the.
I was going to say, if we can't control, surely we operate on the one we can control for, which is English. So we operate on making the English look good because we can control for it.
No, well, no, because
Mostly travel is
like
bad.
you need to design in for the worst case scenario.
Surely the worst case scenario is that it doesn't even use the Latin alphabet and it's a glyph based. Like,
No, well, that's not necessarily the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is when the word doesn't fit your space.
okay, but
Personally, actually, I'm just saying again. I feel like we should always try and use one word. So like with go-to being two different words.
I do like travel. I hadn't thought of that.
Because travel and place,
I've
travel
got-
seems simplistic enough.
I've got that on the screen right now. If you want to see it.
Oh, let me.
Am I sharing the screen still?
Yeah, you are.
Losing track.
See, that
Yeah,
looks quite nice. Travel looks obviously you can adjust stuff.
It kind of annoys me a little bit. You got that word so fast. I spent ages trying to think of a short synonym for teleport, and I just couldn't think of one. It was like 4 in the morning, but
So can you swap them up and down then and see how those texts are doing?
Give me 10 minutes to adjust the system. That's a half joke. It's a half joke, but a little bit. If we want to get the gradient fade right, yeah, 10 minutes. I can do like just get it in place quickly.
I thought you just did it like programmatically.
I do. I said it wasn't a good system. So fades are going to be all over the place, but yeah, okay.
Ooh. Go to the location. So are we doing up and down? I'm going to bring up the inputs now.
Yeah, let's try up and down first.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Let's do it. Dun, dun, dun.
Ready. There we go. So we want the top to be opaque as well. Gradients are going to be wrong, but
input buttons. Where do we have?
There you go. The gradients are wrong, but so
we need to create inputs for the D-pad.
Wait, so travel would be up and place would be down, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just. Yeah, travel up, place down.
Yeah.
2 seconds. I need to clean up. I'm gonna do this tomorrow or something to clean up the input list. It's just an absolute mess. There's a bunch of shit I don't even use. I think we could just half it and then just. So we don't have really. Yeah, we were like scale, show controls is on D-pad up and all this stuff. They have individual inputs, but I'd rather just have like a D-pad up. Oh, we have D-pad up. Oh, so D-pad up, D-pad down, D-pad left, D-pad right. Okay.
Yes, put this in the middle. Ugh, this looks horrible. Oops, I accidentally went in first person.
And we
have input a bit more time to place the marker. Wait, Can you make it so we have to input a bit more time to place the marker? We have to do 2 presses, so it would be left to open the menu, or sorry, it'll be up to open the menu, and then up again to travel, or up and down to place it. Right? Is up going to open the menu?
Yeah.
Yeah. This looks horrible as well.
With travel and place, what does it look like if the text is white instead of green?
Type in the placement on these. If I make it
Mm-hmm.
no flavor to it. There's no spice.
Yeah. I think we need to pull them off of the D-pad, but they're a bit too close.
I mean, honestly, I don't like that. I don't.
It doesn't look that nice.
It doesn't look nice. No.
Try to put it on the same side, but
yeah.
like
Yeah.
way. Try to put both on the right side.
And then push the D-pad more to the left, so that it's sort of like a.
Like
push the D-pad more to the left.
Yeah. Yeah, because it looks like it has got a strange layout there.
Where's that? Oh, this one.
No, I think it needs to be the other way around. The text on the right and the D-pad on the left. Because that looks weird. Mm-hmm. Can you align on the right the travel and place, and aligning on the session marker as well?
Sorry, I'm thinking.
If the session marker menu is not open, then we are going to say and we can have a function that's like open menu. Okay, and then okay, nice. So let's D-pad up. Okay, and here false. Although, do we do that inside the code? Inside the no, because I don't like that. That's responsible for this travels there. I think then we should close the menu. All right. I don't wanna do that. So there we go. So travel the session marker, close the menu, and then if we say if the session marker, then we open the menu. Close the menu. Travel to the marker and close the menu. That's if it's open. If it's not open, open it. Cool. And then it's pretty straightforward to us. Then Do D-pad down pressed. Session marker menu is open. We want to place session marker. Close the menu. Oh, we really care about it if the menu is open. Sweet. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Nice. So that should do that. I actually think that'll do it all, to be honest. Logic seems pretty straightforward. Let me just expose this function to check if the session marker is open. Oh. Session marker menu action. Oh, I see. That's to open the menu. I see. Oh, yeah.
So the the vertical alignment of travel and place, like you need to do it as if there were lines between them, like in a notebook.
At the moment, I'm just trying to align session marker to the right. There's this weird gap there as if there's padding, but there's no padding anywhere. So I'm not sure where it's getting it from. Why is...
I don't think we'll ever need this.
I don't know where this padding's coming from.
I'm not going to expose it anyway.
But you don't need to align session marker on the right.
Sorry?
You don't need to align session marker on the right.
You just asked me to align all these on the right.
Well, no, the most important thing that like the same context is aligned, but that's a title. So as long as it has its own alignment, then like visually it's okay. The only wrong thing there is that session marker is more narrow than travel and place. So that would be like if you make session marker span a little bit more than travel and place,
right? Okay.
Or horizontally, then it would just look okay. But you need to move the D-pad a lot more towards the left, because otherwise there is a negative space all on the left. Yeah. And now travel and place, you can move it like inward, so you don't have to change the travel, the session marker. No, the session marker is okay the way it was, right? Just do it. Just move travel and place a bit more. Well, that's way too much now. Yeah, but now we go all of out of proportion. Yeah, something like that.
Clock's ticking. I just count the hours. The power. See, I think there's too much space between the travel and place and the D-pad, and it feels
a little bit too much space. But
I think travel and place should align on the left, not the right, as well.
No, on the left is wrong because it's just like like the D-pad should align, like the D-pad should align on the left and the traveling space on the right. If you put into this like composition, then it's correct to align on the right.
But it looks bad. Regardless of if
No,
it's technically correct or not, it looks bad. Is the issue.
what do you mean it's bad?
Like, having them align on the right and not line up on the left looks horrible to look at.
Yeah.
The P aligning with the R instead of aligning with the T feels horrible to look at.
No, that is like correct. That doesn't. The thing is,
Definitely feels bad because when I look at it, my brain almost ignores the T. I'm reading it as ravel in place because the R and the P line up.
yeah,
The
but
T feels like an outlier.
your brain doesn't see the tangent, so I don't trust your brain. Session marker needs to be a lot higher, otherwise it just looks like it's less important than space and travel. I mean, it is in a way, but
Nope. Hold on.
okay, try this. You see that now it will look different.
Hey, what's up, Cracker? What's up, Crackalacka? What's Crackalacking? That reminded me of an old comic I saw ages ago. Online. Hey, we got any crackers? Nah, we Crackalacking. Fun times on the internet.
Can you try to use the same kernel as flow and stamina?
Use the same what, sorry?
Kerning as flow and stamina. Flow and stamina go a very wide kerning.
I think that's just a different font as opposed to.
Sure.
I have a feeling, yes. Do these have any? Oh no, these have got 500 letter spacing on them. Okay.
Social marker.
Do you want it on this as well?
Yeah, but that looks weird because it's a different font, right? Yeah, I mean, like, can you do session marker with the same font? Because, or like, do we even need session marker there? It just looks like it doesn't belong there.
See, I think it's because it's too similar in size to these. It doesn't distinguish itself as a header.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just like
Oh, that's way too big.
it's one of those things that after you use it the first time, it became so obvious that I don't know, like you have a sign saying door, right? In front of the door, right? Yeah, I know there's a door, right? I don't care. It's just so overwhelming because it's like fat and
Yeah, the text of session mark is just wow, isn't it? So I just glanced left for a second. It's just in your face. Maybe can we do another name? Maybe.
But okay, try without the session marker altogether. Yeah, I mean, can you make the text white? I think that is better. Because it's just a hint on the screen.
See,
I
the
think
only
it looks
problem.
nice.
The
Sorry,
problem.
guns.
The problem with the text being white is because we've got a white world. There's a lot of
Yeah.
situations where it becomes impossible to read it. Whereas that like lime green, it fit the color scheme for the UI, and it still gave you that distinguishing, like it gave you a little bit of pop against any background. Because we don't
Can
have
we-
anything on green.
Can we add maybe just a very, very like 0.2 background over the whole thing?
Oh, across the whole thing.
Yeah.
Why is this?
It's true. We're going to say it's true, and then we're going to open the UI menu. If it's open, don't want to even do that. Nice. Cool. That's much less. This is cleaner. Sure. D-pad up pressed. If it's open, travel to the session marker. Yeah, if it's open, travel to the session marker. Otherwise, put it up. Yeah, open session marker, UI menu.
Just show it once in the tutorial.
And then, yeah, we're going to close the menu once we place or travel. Okay, that should work. Now, a couple of things we need to do here, however, is we need to actually link up these inputs.
You need to move the text there, right? For sure.
Yeah, so it's not right up against the edge.
Yeah. Yeah. That is much better. If you just recenter it, it's just gonna work. What I like about like the like simplicity of this is like yeah, but you need to move the pad as well, right? I like about this is like one of those hints that just a single button on the screen when you say, I don't know, attack, do this, do that. Right? The slight problem with this is that your alpha of the left and right is completely killed. But you need to move the D-pad, otherwise it's... I mean, you need to move the D-pad the same space as the text, right?
Yeah,
This
the problem is,
Mhm.
like, the image for the D-pad is way bigger than what you're actually seeing, because the render target gets a lot of empty space around it. So I can't,
Why?
like, because otherwise I can't fit these in. Because that's just my shoulder getting a twinge in it.
Sorry?
Sorry, I keep getting a twinge in my shoulder. Because that's how the render target, the camera's set up at the moment, so it can see properly. Otherwise, there's like super massive.
What?
Well, the thing is, like, the thing is, either I put a ton of work into getting the ortho width of the camera the right size so that it crops it perfectly, but it's a lot more of a pain in the ass because it's harder to see the preview whilst I'm doing it, or I just do the work here to align it.
What? But
with a preview.
But you cannot do like this because how big is your render target?
That's what I want. 512 by 512.
Yeah, so out of those 512, right, the button is about probably 128, right? So if you stretch it down 128, right, it's just like you go a very sharp text, right, with the font, and a very low res button. I mean, that button there, it just looks so low res, right? So, like, you need to have a render target which is at least like 2K and not waste any space, and then you can scale it down, and then you go a lot more resolution, right?
No, you can't run a render target at 2K. We'll crash the game. Render targets at 2K is so expensive. That's what was killing the performance before, is I accidentally had it set to 2K, and it was horrendously killing the.
Well, I mean, okay, just Okay, just keep it at 512, but just keep it full. So because otherwise it's just yeah. I see this one is already much better. Like you see, at least it's got a proper resolution. Right?
That doesn't work that way. So then if I buck that off by 20,
So,
You know what?
10, let's go by 10.
I think you're right, Dado, about getting rid of the session marker text. I was about to dispute it, but you are right. Because I was gonna be like, yeah, but then they wouldn't know. You have to be. It's not intuitive. But then they wouldn't know to press it anyway. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Why would they randomly just start hitting buttons for no? I mean, they're obviously gonna do that. So if you hit a random button, you're obviously gonna get a random thing. You're gonna look and be like, what session marker? Up. When you press up, this will pop up. Oh, it's just obvious. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so it's still a little bit off center, but we're getting there. I think I will leave a little bit more space around the thing, and
Can we
can
curve
you
it?
feather the
No,
the canvas, the background,
no,
like a little bit? I don't know, like
nope, nope.
no.
We tried doing this the other night with the original tutorial hint system with this one. Do you remember? And we spent like an hour trying to get it to feather properly at the edges, and we just couldn't do it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's why we put the border around instead. He was like, if we can't feather it, we'll border it.
Okay, yes, I don't remember. Okay, so
We
just
spent
pick the same
ages.
border then.
We spent ages on it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just like I thought that I seen it. Did I see it in Photoshop? I don't know. Like I'm pretty sure there was a feather thing. But anyway, um, yeah, just make it a little bit bigger, right? And just put the same green border then. No, I mean not the whole thing bigger. Only the background. Yeah.
That is the background bigger. I didn't make the others bigger. Their spacing to each other changed because their spacing is set to the parent, to the canvas. That black background is just filling the canvas. So if I want to make the background bigger, I need to make the canvas bigger. But the placement of these two elements is parented to the canvas. So when I make the canvas bigger, they move with it. So
No,
apart
I
from each
didn't
other.
mean. No, I mean the opposite, right? Just keep the same size, but just do the background bigger. Because that is too big now.
Do these in the negative. Okay, I can do these in the negative.
Plus. Yeah, okay, yeah. And yeah, just put that famous border and then we're done. Yeah, something like that. I mean, women don't even need the green thing. It looks a little bit sus, but it really should really have the feather, but
Yeah, can we place it somewhere else as well? Like a bit further down, maybe. And is it possible to maybe, I don't know, maybe like curving it might make it, I don't know. It just looks so, I know it sounds weird, it looks so 2D. I don't even know how to to explain if that makes any sense because it's 2D, but I don't know if that makes sense. See what I know. But yeah, might make no sense, but
Borders follows. I'd have to. Can I? No, I can't. Okay.
oh, when I meant curve, I meant like, you know, the curve of the screen. Sort of like, you know how the flow bar curves in the
Oh, okay.
no, like curve edges, sorry.
Yeah, how is that done? Damage container.
So can you do bevel on the
Yeah, hang on. One adjustment at a time. What's your curve effect called? Do you know? I've got the player HUD up, it's fine. HUD
yeah,
distortion.
but I'm not sure it's gonna work. I think it's a full screen effect.
It doesn't really look like it's doing anything, to be honest.
No, I'm gonna say it's not. Is it doing anything in the other one? I don't. It looks like suspiciously straight. Can you move the screen? Can
No,
you? Okay,
yeah, it's
okay,
definitely
yeah,
doing
okay.
something. It's just minimal on a like a
What?
1920. Okay, this isn't really doing anything here. So,
Interesting.
so right, what was you asking me to do, Dado?
I Can you make a bevel on the like 1 pixel bevel on the travel? Sorry, on the background. You were doing before, right?
Oh, you mean when it like rounds the corners?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to work out how to do it for the border as well. Is the problem?
Yeah, but if we do it with the thing, we may don't need the corner because the border looks sus. There's something quite. Yeah, like a lot less. Like, what is the minimum that you can do?
Probably that. Anything less, it kind of just stops doing it.
Really? Okay, try it. Really? That's just like.
Can we go?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, try
it can
it.
do less, but like it's basically imperceptible.
Yeah, but that is what we want. It's just you don't need to notice, but it's the secret.
I left the border on.
Yeah, something not quite right there. Okay, put the border back.
I mean, personally, I don't like the background. I think go with the colored text and leave the background off.
Yeah, but you can never rely on the text of the color, because if we get, you know, a level with a lot of green, then you're back to square one.
Yeah, but we'd have the same issue with the rest of the HUD, so we'd have to solve that problem universally anyway.
Guns.
Yo,
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you use the D-pad up input anywhere?
yeah, in the settings menu and the pause menu. But those inputs need to get coded and given to me as an event anyway, because at the moment I'm consuming inputs. So if you go to the settings menu and come out, you can't control Josh anymore.
Oh, don't worry, I killed the setting menu.
But I'm losing. I'm not getting my C++ code inputs firing.
I mean, they're used in the pause menu and the settings menu, so
But
yeah, they'll be getting consumed by me.
what do you mean? Like I removed that. What version
So-
are you running?
The way it's so stupid.
Oh, I plugged
With
it in because I was
Unreal-
testing something.
Blueprint inputs override C++.
yeah.
So if you have a gamepad D-pad left in Blueprint, it will call that function and not the one in I know. It's
But
so
I'm gonna say, how do you even access the menu?
so
Oh,
now I'm
no. For me, I plugged it back in when I was trying to sort the render target out earlier.
Ah, okay.
I don't know. Did I check that in? Oh, I might have done actually. Can you open the pause menu or not, David?
I press start. In my level, no.
Oh, so okay. So you're not on the one where I've plugged it back in.
Because
But
basically,
I guess because the code exists, it's still consuming it because the blueprint.
yeah, because I only get my D-pad right pressed is printing my debug, but my D-pad left, D-pad down, and D-pad up are not doing any of the inputs because
Oh, that's weird. Really, none of them should.
none of
They
them.
should all They should all get consumed because I'm using all four of them, which is
Can you
weird.
see my screen?
Yeah.
D-pad right does it, but if I press up,
I mean, it's definitely mine consuming them, but it's weird that it's only 3 of the 4 because I use all 4.
maybe because I do it something else. But
What time
let me
is
have a
it?
look.
Sorry, Daddy?
That is highly tough, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's an Unreal issue. That's like I say. That's why I commented those inputs off to be replaced.
No, but I mean, the fact that David's got only 1 out of 3 working and you use all 4, it does make sense.
Yeah, it might be because I only use the go right to open the drop down menu in the settings. So it might be that because it's like no, I don't know. That doesn't make sense. Oh no,
These different inputs.
no, yeah, I don't know.
This shouldn't matter.
I don't know.
And I'm certain I just hear D-pad up, D-pad down, D-pad left, D-pad right, D-pad up press, D-pad down press. And then when I press to go into
Be
D-pad
back in
right,
2 minutes, coffee break.
yeah, it does it. Okay, so it's definitely something in Blueprint consuming it, but I only see a D-pad left here.
No,
And
it
if
won't
I
be in the
do-
play character. It'll
If I do
be.
print string hello here.
It won't be that one consuming it.
No, I'm not saying it's because I just want to see if it's gonna. Yeah, mother. Okay, so that's the actual.
Maybe it is. Wait, just delete that event quickly, because honestly, it doesn't need to be there. That whole box doesn't need to be there. It's just a reminder that I need to talk to you guys.
No, nothing. Just D-pad right.
Yeah, so it'll probably be in the settings menu.
Oh, it's so bad. Like it's not like that. It's just.
So it's improved settings menu. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all of those events on your left. That whole comment box, that's all the inputs that need to be replaced. And then there's another comment box in the pause menu, but that's only up and down, not left and right.
Let me just do that real quick. Obviously, I'm not gonna check that in. No, that's not it.
I mean, I also used D-pad left to restart the time trial. If you scroll down in the player character until you hit like a dirty do once loop. Yeah, there. There's that one as well. You know you don't have
Oh,
to.
okay. There we go. That gives me back my input.
You know you don't
So,
have to
oh, the input
compile
action.
before you play. If you just click play, it will compile everything for you.
So that brought back my left stick. This did.
Yeah, but you also unplugged it in the menu, in the settings menu as well, didn't you? That's how,
No,
like
no, no.
they're being used in multiple
I
places.
didn't. I've kept everything the same. This input action
Oh.
here.
Oh, so maybe it's just the ones in the player character. No, it's not. It's definitely the settings menu ones. Definitely are causing problems.
Because the thing is, gamepad, D-pad thing, I don't think might cause an issue because it's a different one. But input action, D-pad left, that might cause an issue. But I only see two. D-pad left and D-pad right. This should just D-pad up and down. So down does it. Okay, so down is cool too. So it's just D-pad up. So where is D-pad up being used? So down gives me an input, right gives me an input, left gives me an input. Just not up.
Is that in your radio command, Gans?
No, I just
What
use
is the radio?
I just use the letter K in there.
What could he? How can all three, but the one I freaking need? I don't think it's.
What was that D-pad up there, David, in the player character before?
There was a D-pad left. It was only a D-pad left. If I could disconnect.
Yeah, but just kill all of them.
Oh, in here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one. You know that. Mhm.
Oh no. I must be going crazy or some shit. Does anything use D-pad up? Let me see. Show controls.
What is show control?
I don't know.
Well, just kill him.
That's an old input from way back, like 0.02, 0.03, that you used to be able to show it would show like an old graphic you had with the controller and not the control as well from way back.
Place camera. Oh, it was show controls.
Interesting.
That's weird. So show controls was causing. That's super weird. Well then. Well, it works. So I'm not gonna cry about it. Ah, there we go. Nice. Okay, I can get rid of all my inputs. Debugs. All right, cool. That works. So guns for you, for your UI. I'm going to give you two blueprint implementable events: open session marker UI and close session marker UI, which should, in theory, you can just do your UI event in blueprint with. And it should just, okay, so if I press it, do it, and if I press down, yeah. So when it does it, it closes the menu. Up, down. Okay. Got some stuff to adjust. Port. Port. Port, 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 port. Okay, nice. Okay. That session marker logic then for you guys actually should be done. Let me make sure the blueprint implementable events work. Do it in here for now. Oh yeah, here you go. Event open session marker UI menu.
Lovely.
Can you see my screen? I don't know if you.
Yeah.
So yeah, this should just use this event, and I call it from code. So now if I print string hello, should hopefully when I press there we go. Yeah, cool.
Lovely.
And then there's another one called close session marker UI menu. I say open. Close. That should just, so it's open, place, now it's closed, open, yeah, open, and if I restart, if it's open, if I press it up again, it won't close it because you're trying to travel to one that doesn't exist. Then I place, close it, open, yeah, nice. Right, I'll just delete these. I don't want to, I won't check in my changes to the character blueprint. Oh, no, I will check in my changes to the character blueprint because I got rid of the stuff that overrides.
I mean, you might as well, while you're there, just replace my T test button with.
What was this plugged into, by the way?
Yeah.
Let me see if that makes a difference, actually. No, it doesn't. Okay. What do you want me to do?
So if you just go up a little bit. That testing, yeah. Oh, it's not wired up on yours anyway, so it doesn't really matter. That's fine.
Whoa.
What the fuck just happened there?
Yeah, you don't want to know.
You just tried to teleport to.
No.
Did it try to teleport you to nowhere?
No. It's just perfect code.
It tried to teleport you to World Origin, didn't it? 0000.
Don't know what you are on about. The code is beautiful.
That definitely just tried to teleport you to 000.
Code is working perfectly.
Nah.
I'm gonna check in this code though. I wouldn't change your setting widget. I'll discard the issue. Okay, let me check these in. Discard that change. keep this. Ooh. Ooh. Scheiße. Problématique. Ha. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, because if I check in these other changes, you won't be able to jump, which is kind of problematic. Let me check this in. And then I'm gonna switch branches to dev, but I'm gonna bring my changes. Then I'm gonna check this in dev. Let's see if I can still jump in dev. If I can jump in dev without problems, then we're happy. Then go back to the other one. I need to get some sleep, man. I'll be fucking upset.
David, so what do we do about the jumps? What's the...
So, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna make sure the session, because I've checked into dev the session marker guns for you, so you just need those 2 events. Let's do whatever you would like to do with it. So the jumps and the climbs. So where am I? Where am I? The Z, that's fine. We know that works because we tested that. Now, I think the XY is much, well, the XY is correct too, because the XY we just say like at takeoff, how far for the jumps basically. The climbs I know work, right? The climbs I know they work on the new way as well. They work both ways. Just one way has a little bit less coverage, it seems, but I think is more accurate. But I'm gonna experiment and see which is better because I don't want you to hit the wall too often. So maybe it's a case of dropping the filter scale. So I need to play around with that. But that's just whatever. So the jumps. Yeah, I think jumps we just do everything based on like the walls, like basically we have your world truth of where the wall is and height of the wall. And then we have your animation truth of where the wall is and height of the wall. And we do everything off of that. That's our scale, basically. Now, I think it works. Actually, well, it looks like it works, actually, but I need to elaborate all the animations and then use the filters. Because obviously, I'm using J.Force, and it's picking... It's either just flying through all the things, or it's just picking it whenever. So I need to elaborate all the animations to truly test it. But I do with how the other one was showing. Whenever I got a decent scale, like between 1.5 and 0.8, basically, it was pretty much perfect. So my instinct, my gut is telling me that it's going to be cool. I just need to elaborate on the animation so the warp time is actually between the two appropriate times.
This is
So
super.
if I grab the code now, it's gonna.
I didn't check that in because it's going to break everything because all the animations haven't been re-elaborated. I'll only check it in once. Basically, I'm going to elaborate
It
all
was
the
updated.
animations on my branch.
It's a software tutorial.
Um, so you can
Generic
still jump
tutorial hint system.
and climb and stuff. So if you want to do falling or you want to do whatever, you can still do that. And then once I've elaborated and made sure it works on my branch, I'll check it in.
But like, let's split because it
It's a
takes
ton,
ages
isn't it?
to elaborate the animation. Right, let's split the elaboration. Like,
You
I
check
don't
it
know,
in
I
then.
can do the dashboard. You can do the other one.
Because
But
I'm going to go off tonight, so I'm going to go off in a minute because I'm going to have some sleep. But then you could just get through what you get through, and then whatever you get to, I'll pick up tomorrow. So
like the elaboration, like, okay, so checking the like, if the code is ready to go and is only need the elaboration, just check the code in, and then I'll start re-elaborating the jumps.
yeah, let me just make sure this thing in dev is working properly. I'll check it all in. The code looks cleaner. It looks cleaner. The climbs you might have less coverage, so to speak, but and then the running jumps, those won't work either, because we need to have a look at them. But the climbs, like as you can see, you can climb, and then I just want to do session marker. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Okay. I'm happy with that. I'll check in my I'm gonna check in every way before I do. Let me just make sure. So session marker manager I can close you, don't really. You're basically sorted. So I cleaned all this shit up. Apparently not. Okay, so we have our jump length, which is root distance to hand rest, root distance to takeoff. Root distance to hand rest is just that thing at the earliest resting time. Then our anim ledge distance from takeoff is just our jump length plus the offset of wherever it is. Yeah. Our ledge distance to hand rest is the distance from takeoff to ledges minus whatever the offset is. Cool. So then we say our XY scale, if I want to jump, I'm just going to do the ledge distance from takeoff divided by anim ledge distance from takeoff. Yeah. If I want to, I see. Tempted to do the same for the climbs, but no. Anyway, yeah, if I want to climb, then it's ledge distance to hand rest divided by the jump length. That's what I'm scaling. So yeah. Okay. Looks pretty accurate. And then the Z here, root height hand rest, root height grab, which is just root height at handrest basically. Ledge root height at handrest is equal to ledge height minus this earliest resting height. Minus root height at handrest. Yeah, that makes sense. So how high is the root when I do that? Then how high is the root off of the wall, which is the offset there. And then scale that bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I scale those two heights. And that gives me the... Yeah, because now I do the Z the same way I do the XY, which is just more correct. Okay. Now I do the XY the same way I do the Z for the climbs. Okay. Yeah, this way is more correct for the climbs. This is actually more correct. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try this in. And then for if we don't have it, if it's jump root height, it's just the jump height. And it's just how high is the wall compared to how high is the root. Then we just scale them too. Pretty straightforward to be honest. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Kind of do this twice, but for now, whatever. Otherwise we do is the height at landing. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why I scale for root. Oh, yeah. Root distance at landing. That's interesting. Root distance at landing. That's completely wrong. Yeah, that's completely wrong. The jumps, you just want to do the same thing. It's not really okay. If you're jumping, you know you want your Z scale to be this. Like it's not really much of a. And if you, it might be best to just clean up this code and just distinguish between them rather than having these two sections here. So here we say, oh, I see. So at jump climax, how far are you? Okay, so at jump climax. It's going to be the distance to the jump climax. Otherwise, it's going to be distance at landing. It's going to be jump, and it's going to be root distance at landing minus the root distance of takeoff. So I go from there to there, basically. Just how far forward the wall is, where you end up on the wall when you land, and when you end up on the climax of the thing. Yeah, that makes sense. You need to get your climax when you're at the wall, basically. makes sense. All right, I'm gonna check this in. This can be cleaned up massively. I think it's a bit of a messy function, but for now, this will do, Jeff. Yeah. All right, pushed all the code into dev. I'm gonna jump off, but yeah, it should be a case of re-elaborating animations and then adding in the filters so it doesn't. Well, if the filter's already there, that's all good. But if you're filtering, don't clamp. You don't need to clamp really because you just filter it out anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Let me know, guys. If any problems, it's Gun's fault. Yeah.
As always.
Sweet. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, is that it?
See you later, mate.
Bye.
I shall be back in a sec.
Okay.
Team Storror is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
diving off bridges in Basel,
running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges,
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques. Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
Running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques. Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
Running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Yo, yo, yo. I am back.
Yeah.
And I even quite professionally, I got back 30 seconds early and I let the trailer finish. Wait till it finished and then stopped. Rather than cut it early. So, I need to have an absolutely mad session tonight and get loads and loads of shit done because I'm not about tomorrow. So I need to get.
Let's do the last session.
I need to be absolutely on it tonight. So let me go get David's stuff. How's the stream going? Who have we got still in it? How many people have abandoned us since we've gone quiet?
It's still doing the session marker again.
Sorry?
It's still doing the session marker.
Yeah, I'm trying to give a bit more feedback to when you've actually selected one rather than it just disappearing. So I was going to have like when you select travel and you select place, it does like a little pulse, like a little flash to show that you've selected that one before it fades out. Like, because at the moment, this is connected to David's one. So when you do up, it comes in, and then when you use it, it just fades out, but it doesn't really give you any feedback on which one you've used. So I was just going to give it like a little pulse of color to show that you've selected that one.
Isn't that the same thing that we do, like animating the pad, right?
Okay. There's no harm in doing it on both.
Like,
I mean, I was going to do it on the pad and the word at the same time.
The pad and the what?
The pad and the word. So both like this button, this like up button would go along with the word. They'd go in sync with each other. So they're both like flashing.
Can you share on Discord?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I had to pull latest, so I closed. Nope, sorry, wrong screen. Change Windows to that
one.
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna have it so that the D-pad and the word travel both like pulse slightly together. So like you get feedback that this button's been pressed and this word is connected to it, so they go in sync with each other.
So how are you gonna link up the two? Is that
they'll run off the same?
Is that generic?
What do you mean? Is it generic?
Like, is that something that we can reuse for other hints?
Oh yeah, I'll set it up so that it can be reused. I'm not 100% certain how to do it, how I want to do the word, so I'm like just playing with ideas at the moment.
So how does it look with just the button press?
I don't have it in at the moment. That's another thing I need to talk to you about the best way to do it. If you want the actual button to press in. I mean, I could have it change color quite easily.
But don't we have the buttons that they get pressed, something like that for the...
Yeah, so the issue I had was, so the system is currently set up to animate the controller based on a preset curve. So you set the curve and it reads the data. To animate it in real time, I would need to be able to pull the information of which button is being pressed and its current value to feed in. And I couldn't work out how to get that in Blueprint. Like I couldn't work out. I was using like the gamepad D-pad events, and it had like a key struct with it as well, which I broke off, but it was never giving me anything. Like I was print stringing out of it and I wasn't getting anything useful out of it. And it wasn't giving me the value. It wasn't even giving me the correct component name.
But like, you get that when David sends the message, right? That callback, right? Like, when the button has been pressed.
I mean, yeah, sure. I could make like very specific versions where I'm like, I know it's the session marker, so I can custom make the instructions. But if I wanted it in a more procedural way, I don't know how to set it up because I don't know how to get the current key being pressed along with its value information. I could manually set that, and like I say, per situation, and make it bespoke. But I don't know how to do it procedurally.
But that is just the button, so it's either on and off. So it's just on any callback, right?
Yeah, but I still need to be able to get the component name of which button's being pressed. Which is like I couldn't get either pieces of information properly in Blueprint.
No, but when you got the callback from travel or place, right? You know which button has been pressed, right?
Yeah, I do in this specific instance because I know what the controls are. So I could make a function specifically created for this instance, but it wouldn't be a procedural thing where I could reuse it anytime we wanted to recreate input. It would be specifically for this situation, which I could do easy enough, but I wanted to be able to do it. I wanted to be able to recreate input.
It is procedural because this is like you just need to call, right, that the button has been pressed, okay? So the button has been pressed. It can be, following any.
But this doesn't tell me which button has been pressed.
You know that. Event open session menu is up.
Yeah.
And,
no, I know. You know that, and I know that as a human being. I don't have any information I can pull off of it to feed into a procedural function to be like, this is the current component being pressed. This is the current component being used. I would have to be manually telling it which button is being pressed.
But it's always been like that because, you react on some inputs, right? So that is the input that has been given, right? Like you don't have like a one-to-one mapping of exactly. I mean, you could, but it's completely redundant to have one-on-one mapping of the state of the gamepad, right? Most of the time, you just want to know what happened to the gamepad, and that is gonna tell you exactly that, right?
Right. So what? Just have an input like this enum here. That's the components, and it's just when you call it, you tell it which component it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You would call exactly that function, even if you have that one-to-one mapping for the state of the gamepad. At some point, you say, "Oh, which button do I press? I press this one. Call this function," right?
Okay. That was the answer I needed because I didn't know I didn't know what the best way to do it would be. That's why I kind of like left that commented box being like, "This is a shitty attempt. I need help," because I didn't know what the best way to do it was.
Yeah, because I think the thing that I don't like about like flashing the flashing that text is just doing the combination of text. Like the one is very like deterministic. The other looks like you may don't necessarily want to do it because I don't know. Just I see it as a decouple thing, so it doesn't really.
Surely, wait, decouple. Surely it would be a couple if they're working in sync with each other in tandem.
Yeah, I mean, yes, yeah. Sorry, I mean the opposite. Yeah. It's tightly coupled to that instance, and yeah, I don't think it's.
Isn't that good?
Well, no, because you have the functionality that only works for that specific case. Like, do we want that to be, like, we don't necessarily want to have the thing flashing for any input, right?
For any input? What do you mean? No, it would be specifically for that.
Yeah.
No, the word travel wouldn't flash for any input. I'm just testing it on the word travel. If it works and we liked it, then I would ask for a specific event for travel and a specific one for place.
Yeah, but like we would need to do the custom function that say show a hint of this button, and then with the behavior that is button press and text and blah blah, right? It's like it's a very custom behavior, right? See, because that is the thing that I'm not really quite sure about about showing the UI, right? It's it's something odd about that.
What do you mean showing the UI?
Yeah, showing that screen, right? That travel place thing, right?
Wait, you don't like showing the player it? What do you mean?
Well, you need a little bit of delay to let the user see, right, that the button has been pressed. And I'm not a big fan of having that delay just to show it on the screen, because I would rather have it like super quick so you can get on with the gameplay. Because there I don't see the button moving. I only see
no, because I haven't connected the button at the moment.
Okay.
It's not moving because I haven't hooked it up.
Right.
Because the thing is, I wasn't sure how to dynamically change the text color of the UI. I wasn't sure how I wanted to do it, so I was testing that first. But this actually works quite nicely. So,
But I'm gonna say, why is there player BP? That needs to go into
yeah, I mean this one can. The initial open needs to be here because it needs to create the widget first. But yeah, this one could go into the
I'm gonna say,
widget.
why that needs to be there?
I can't put open session marker event in the widget because the widget doesn't exist. It would never get called. I'd need to put it in something that exists first so that I can create the widget. So I've put it in the player character because the player character exists and the player character is the one calling it. This could go into the widget because now this doesn't care about the player character.
No, but that is sus, right? Like,
why is it sus?
Well, because like you are creating a dependency. Like the player character, right, must work.
Right, but
if
this
has
doesn't
only the player character.
This doesn't strictly have to be in the player character. I just put it here so I can see it working. This can be anywhere as long as it's in somewhere that exists, somewhere that's capable of creating the widget. Whether that's in the game mode, whether that's in the player state, whether it's in the player controller, player character, whatever.
Yeah, but like what that thing is important, because I think that is gonna break our dependency though. Like who generates that callback there, that event there?
This?
Yeah.
I don't know. David made it. David made this 10, 15 minutes ago. No, longer than that, maybe half an hour ago. This is an event that he's made for me that I can call in Blueprint for when the session marker opens and closes. But I don't know what. I'm guessing it's in whatever his session marker manager is.
What is the name of that thing?
Event open session marker UI menu.
Open session marker UI menu. Unlimited parameters. Hmm. I don't see why that thing is created. No, I mean,
Is it in PK session marker manager? Either .h or .cpp. Those have both been updated in David's last checking.
yeah, I'm looking at that, but can't find.
Out of interest.
Yeah, is in the human code. Okay. Mm. Alright.
Hey, what's up, Joe? Are you one of the guys working at Parkour Game? I am indeed. I am one of the lucky few who gets to work on the... What the hell was that? Yo, what has happened to the vote status?
Oh, we need to resport all the animation. That's a small problem.
Oh, I was gonna say, there's some like mega warp going on.
The animation needs to be resported.
Yes, I am one of the lucky few
right.
working on.
So, yeah, I really don't like that in the player character. It's super sus. But so session marking, right? I think it needs to be a component, a blueprint component.
What do you mean?
If you see in the player character, like they go like.
Oh, you mean like
Yeah,
actually make it a part of the player, so it always exists?
No, not strictly. I mean, it could be exactly the same behavior, but like it needs to be a component. Otherwise, it's just a random callback, right? A random event. It's just completely like decontextualized. If it's its own component, then at least he has the place to stay. But having said that, as that thing called has a tick function.
I don't know. David handled it. All I'm doing is calling
No,
it.
your widget thingy.
Like on the event tick, no. Oh, no. On the event tick, nothing. There's some timers stuff in there. Thank you for being an OG, Joe. Nice to see you come back to the fold. What do you mean? Is there a tick function?
Like in the character blueprint, right? When you create that widget, right?
Mm-hmm.
You create it every time, right?
Yeah. So when I call it, I create it, and then at the end of whatever I'm doing, like when I close the session marker menu, it gets deleted. It gets destroyed. So it only exists whilst you're using it.
Yeah, but has that thing got a tick function?
What, to fade it in?
Well, yeah, to have anything that doesn't do anything in the tick function.
I mean, it doesn't do anything in the event tick. No, it has tick functions that use timers to re-trigger over and over, but it doesn't do anything in the event tick.
What do you mean he has timers?
So, like, when we fade it in, for example, we have a function that like increases its opacity slightly, and that gets recalled over and over again using a timer.
Yeah.
But it's not on the event tick. It's on a timer that we created.
No. Can I see the event graph?
The only thing in there is just set it to 0 on the event constructs.
Why do you do that?
Because we want it to spawn in with no render opacity so that we can fade it up But if I do it in the designer by default, it means we can't edit it. So this way I can leave it as set to 1, so we can edit it in the designer. But anytime it's actually called in game, it starts as 0 so that it can be faded in.
But like, why do we use opacity instead of like hide the thing?
Because you don't want to turn it on off, you want to fade it up.
Yeah, I know, but at the beginning, right? You need to set it to hidden, right? No, I mean, like, if you set the opacity, I mean, the opacity to 0 probably is gonna be the same thing, but
yeah,
I
mean, it will be
logically you want to hide something, right?
Yeah, but surely you'd only want to hide it and unhide it if it exists all the time. This only exists when we're using it. So the quote unquote hiding it is it being destroyed, and the quote unquote unhiding it is the creating it.
Yeah, I wonder if because I really don't like the fact that in the player BP, right? He knows about that component, right? Because that is a dependency that you don't want to have.
Okay.
See, everything must work independently. Like, we don't want to have, because then the player BP just, becomes this monster that's got 20 billion dependencies. And then, like, as soon as you move something, it just, like, breaks down horribly, and it's, like, it's all going, like, tits up, right? So, maybe a bit too late to do it now, but yeah, I think we should have yeah, I think we should have a component. Because I spent all the afternoon removing all the dependencies that I found, right? And then, like, like, we are slowly creeping them back in, right? And then I need to delete them again. Like, tomorrow probably. So, like, the rule of thumb is if that is whatever the thing is, right? Put all the code in whatever the thing is. Like, as soon as you need to touch anything else, just ask a question like, why do I need to change the player character BP in order to have the session marker?
Right.
Because
okay. So where should
otherwise,
it go, then?
like, moving stuff around, like imagine that we want to have that we have a new player character, we have a whatever AI, whatever, like, like, those are hard dependencies that like they just grow and just get the monster out of it.
Okay. So where should I put it then?
Can you go back again in the character briefing? Right. Can you zoom in a little bit more? I can't see the text. But so I think, right? Why do we need
What, this?
mm-hmm.
Because I'm using it here when I close it. But if this was existing inside the widget, then this doesn't need to be here anymore.
But how that can exist inside the widget? Event close session marker menu. Surely that is an event of the character blueprint, right?
Oh yeah, I
Can-
don't know if it can or not. But if this stays here in the player character, then we do need this variable. It's called a function. Otherwise, you'd have to do like get widget, get all widgets.
So like open and close. Can you try to add a component there?
What component am I adding? Blueprint script component.
Yeah, try blueprint script component. Let's see what it does.
It's asking if I want to do an actor component, scene component, static mesh, skeletal mesh, camera, all classes.
What is that widget?
It's asking
that
what the widget. Yeah, you can. I can make it a widget component. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can make that a widget component. I can add a widget component, just like that. My details pen. Why have I lost my details pen? Wait, I haven't? Where is it? Oh. So that's what happens when you make it as a component. Ah, if I set it to screen, and then go in. This widget is rendered in the screen completely outside of the world, never recorded. Oh, okay, that's fine, but it's being created. If I was to disconnect that quickly, put this on screen and drop that size.
That doesn't really look like a component.
Yeah, it does.
Really?
Yeah, it's attached to the player. It's attached to the actor.
Like if you scroll down, there is a list of components. Like, yeah. Why is not one of those?
Right, okay, so you want it as one of those. Which would be okay, so a C component?
No, just do even a blueprint component.
Oh, I need to create a blueprint class for it.
I mean, can you create a blueprint class that has that widget as so I'm gonna sec, right? That widget thing, right? It hasn't got a tick function, right?
But I don't know what that means. There's nothing on the event tick, no. It has timer functions that tick repeatedly, but it doesn't have anything on the event tick. No.
Where are the timer functions
This is still not
activated from?
Sorry?
Where are the timer functions activated from?
From inside the widget.
But like after a certain event.
Yeah, we manually call them as and when we want them. Like when we want to play the curve or when we want to fade it in or out, we manually call it. It never happens automatically. It doesn't like happen on construct or anything.
Right. So just creating that object, it shouldn't do anything, right?
Correct. Creating the object doesn't do anything. That's when I create it, and then I drag off, and I call the session marker function. Also, I don't think making this blueprint component is what you were after. Because it kind of looks like it's just the same thing. Yeah, it's just the same thing, yeah. Can I leave you to think about how you want to handle this, and I'll go back to dealing with the UI stuff that I was doing just to get that ticked off.
Yeah.
Just while you think about how you want to tackle this particular problem. Like that. Call me Samurai Jack. Where am I? What was I doing? Oh yeah. So I wasn't saying that. Check.
Because the more I look into that, and the more I think like we just like that hint, it shouldn't be on all the time. Like it should be on I don't know, the first 5 times. And then
what, the session marker?
Yeah.
No, it's gotta be up every time.
Why?
You need that feedback, that confirmation that what you're doing is happening.
Yeah, you need the feedback. You don't need to know all the time that the same 2 buttons are there. It's like how forgetful can the player ever be? I think it's totally redundant. After like the first 5 times, the player says, "Oh shit, yeah, I know. I need to press up to do." it just feels wrong. It just feels like a hint, right? Per se, it's just something that is not on all the time. Otherwise, you go like the same thing as the stupid. What was the thing, like the paperclip thing from Excel, right? In the 90s, right? They just pop up and say, yeah, like everybody hated that because you don't want the hint on all the time. Like if that was like a menu, yeah, sure, it just needs to be there. The hint just need to be there 2-3 times and then off you go. And if you don't know how to do it, you just what is the controls for that? Oh, it's up and down. I don't know. I just feel like it doesn't really make sense, like being on the screen, because then you like it should be on the screen. I don't know, every time you do a cut pass, right? Why doing the cut pass is not on the screen all the time? It's just weird that only the session marker is on the screen.
But the difference there is that if you had the hint come up every time you've done a cat pass, or every time you've done whatever, it's like an obtrusive piece of information that is detracting from like an active moment when you're actively doing something. When you're placing or teleporting to the session marker, that's going to be like in your downtime when you're not like actively doing anything. You're just like reset. So having a little prompt come up isn't going to detract from your attention or from the gameplay or whatever. Whereas if you've done it every time you've done a vault, it would be distracting.
But no, because like it's like when you press left on the D-pad to restart the lever, the time trial, right? It's like you don't want to. Oh yeah, okay, press the on the D-pad. It's just like it's a hint. It doesn't make sense that it's on the screen all the time. Otherwise, it's not called a hint. It's just called a very annoying menu that every time you do that specific action and only that specific action for some reason, it needs to be on the screen all the time. You call it. But there are no other actions, right, that have that behavior, and that is sus.
I think it might be an agree to disagree moment. We're going to end up having a lot of those when it comes to UI and stuff, by the way. So feel free at any point to just override me because you are the boss. But I so dislike the Apple minimal UI that we're going to end up having differing opinions on this over and over again. So basically, anytime you ask my opinion on it, my opinion is always going to be that more information is better.
But it's not about more information or less information. It's about is the wrong logical architecture for that. Like, is a behavior, right?
I mean, put it this way. Unless I'm remembering wrong, every game I've ever played, things that have like, anytime they've got like a session marker type action, whether it's like a session marker or it's like a wait a certain amount of time or like things like that, it comes up on the screen every time, like the button prompts. And it feels right to do it that way. It feels natural to do it that way. I feel like not putting it up every time is more than you expect going to hinder some people.
But what game has the session marker that comes up every time? I don't remember any.
I mean, Skate does. I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure? I don't think so. I played Skate lots of times. I don't remember.
I mean, the new Skate 4 definitely does. I'm just going to search Skate. It's YouTube.
But Skate 4 is not even finished.
Alright, hi, hello everyone.
I'm sure I remember Skate coming up with like a. Yeah. It does. It does. It's going to take a second for the screen to catch up, for the stream to catch up. But when he places the session marker and TPs, it does like a VCR static thing, and it comes up on the left, being like up, down, left, right, whatever the fuck the instructions are.
What on the stream?
Yeah. Sorry, it's just on my screen, so it's gonna be easy to see it on stream. Like every time when you press and hold, it comes up on the top left. Go to marker, place marker, delete marker. Oh, it also comes up with the radio stuff as well. Previous restarts on the next track.
Are you sure it's every time?
Yeah. I believe so every time. I don't ever remember it not being there. Granted, it's been a while since I played Skate 3, but I did put a lot of hours into it when I played it. I don't ever remember it not being there. Every time, top left. I remember seeing it. It got to the point where I ignored it a lot of the time, admittedly, but I remember it being there every time.
Really? I don't know. I don't remember.
Like I say, I ignored it a lot of the time when I got fluent in the game, and that might be what you're doing. But because it's not like a super high frequency action that's going to be happening all the time, this the way a vault or a jump would, I think it needs to come up every time. And we can make it as discrete as we want, or you could make it like a faded opacity, or you could put it way off to the side rather than the center, or like whatever. But I think having that visual feedback of it coming up every time, because it's such an intentional action where you want to know that you've inputted it, not having it come up every time feels wrong, personally. So why is this not? Oh. Whoops. I thought I wasn't using that anywhere. How do I get that reference? Do I store them? I mean, I don't know what to storing them would work.
Portrait animation is so slow. What is this noise? Is that you?
What's that, sorry?
There's a weird echo, like in the room.
I mean, I wasn't making any moves, so I doubt it was me.
That's just like such a weird noise. No, there's no noise again.
I mean, I'm not doing anything, so. Like you're going insane, mate.
It's noisy. I know when you have something next to the speaker and you go like the sound.
Stuff, mate. Going nuts. It's the beginning of the end.
That's it then. Sanity gone.
Yep. Who needs it? It's boring with sanity anyway.
Sanity is overrated.
Sanity. Alright, Cthulhu.
By the way, it's there again.
Pure curiosity. This won't stay, but does it work? This works, but I'm curious. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are you still there, Dada?
Mm-hmm.
Am I sharing my screen? Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so this is what I've got it at the moment. Technically, the D-pad button is moving, but because it's a perfect, just like back and forth motion, and the view is orthographic, you can't actually see it moving.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of just like highlights before it fades out.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a way to see the D-pad movement without making the camera perspective. But if you make it perspective, it doesn't really work as a UI element anymore because it'll have like an FOV warp to it. And if you're doing anything to cancel out the FOV warp, it's gonna stop you from seeing the movement.
The camera that we had for the tip, for the cat pass tip, like the other controller, was that an orthographic?
No,
projection?
it is orthographic, but a lot of the time the camera's like, when it was for like the triggers and stuff, the camera's tilted slightly so that you can see the motion. And for the thumbstick, it doesn't really matter because it's moving on the XY anyway, not the Z. But the problem is the D-pad moves on the Z. Like it moves on the back of the same axis that the camera's looking at. But if you tilted the camera so that you could see the D-pad motion, the UI element would look odd because it wouldn't be square on. Like you wouldn't have this square view. You would have it like angled down or something.
But why? What's the reasoning about using the orthographic camera during the target?
So that you get like a clean, not warped, not like no FOV warped image. It's a lot more controllable.
Yeah, but at that point, isn't that sort of like the same as having an image?
Well, I mean, not in the case of like the full controller tutorial, no.
But here it just looks a 2D image, right? So surely a 3D angle is gonna be better. I mean, you can understand it better, right?
Wouldn't it look weird? I mean, let me give it a shot quick.
But also, when you do the other tutorial, the cat pass tutorial, is the highlight of the button the same color? Is the green color?
No, it's actually like a blue turquoise. It's the color we used to use for the UI. I actually need to change that. But also at the moment, we need to work out how we want to use that tutorial system as well, because it's not being used anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not being called around, so. What do I want to do? I want to tilt the camera, so I need to get the preview, so I need that.
Well, I'm just gonna post something random in our chat. I just need to get a reference.
Hey, what's up, Val? Sorry, I was completely zoned out then. I don't know how long it took for me to see your message. Yeah, it's going alright. It's just, you know what it's like when you get to the end of a project when you're doing the polishing bits. It's like, it's just effort. Like it stops being, it's not the fun bits anymore where you're working stuff out. Now you're just like polishing it and it's like, can't be bothered. What about you? How you doing?
Be back in 2 minutes. Hey, Val.
Oh shit! Is it like, is it bad or are you alright? That's good. Okay, that's way too much, but it, you know, jeez, that's some intense flooding. Yeah, yeah. This is all stuff for the next Pokemon release. Right, Dano, what do you think of this? This camera angle?
What? Yeah. I mean, it has a little bit of, like, 3D ECT. I'm not sure about, like, everything going green, though. I mean, it may be better not to do the green stuff on the...
So just press the button. I mean,
Yeah, because, like
I was wondering about
that's supposed to be a real thing, right? So, real thing shouldn't go green. Or not that excessive, like...
Oh,
Yeah. The thing is, like, why is the arrow disappearing in the...
yeah, it was disappearing because the color was changing. But now the color's not changing, it doesn't need to disappear. So let me just tick this on for a sec.
I'm gonna say... why? I mean, is the arrow... What is the arrow?
It's a decal. But it's a decal, so when I changed the color of the button, the decal was still showing on top of it and it looked weird. So I had the decal turn off when the color changed, but now the color's not changing, you don't want the decal to turn off. Why is there a delay between those two? Ah, no. Ah, it's this.
Anyway, try to do a quick double press. Let's see how it looks.
Just make sure that timer works. Yeah, okay. So quick double one.
Yeah.
Oops. Interesting. Okay. Hey, what's up, Nosferatu?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Usually delays, they are like forbidden. Delays is really sus. It's
I haven't put a delay in.
Really?
No, I've used a timer.
Okay. Yeah.
I've learned. There's a lot of my old mistakes still in here, but I have learned since you've taught me.
Yeah.
I know there's still a lot of my old shit we need to sort through, but going forwards, there's still mistakes from me, but there's less mistakes. Or different mistakes.
Yeah, different, yeah.
How goes it? It goes. It goes. No, it's going alright. Like I was just saying to Val, we've got to the stage now where it's like just polishing stuff, which is kind of boring because you're not like doing new stuff, you're not learning, which is like, but yeah, it needs to be done. You doing? Don't let Dad bully. Dad always bullies me. I think that looks alright, you know. I'm not sure I like that it's just like on off. I might smooth it out so you actually see the button like press in and out rather than just like binary. But I like it. Well, at the moment, the D-pad just goes from 0 to 1. Like it goes from completely depressed to completely pressed, and then back to completely depressed. There's no like spring in between.
Okay. Yeah. Just a little bit of.
That's why it's giving you that like 8-bit pixel art type feel, because it's like it's not interp in between them.
No, I mean now it looks a little bit better. Yeah.
Ooh. I think it looks right. I like the feedback on it as well, so you actually know that's the one you've pressed.
Yeah. What is the what was the bug when you press it too much?
I can't. Oh, there you go. It's like, I guess it's because you're firing one whilst it's still being created. Because the thing is, if I just do one now, it resets itself. It deletes them. But if you just spam hell out of it, you can get one stuck on the screen. But then if you do it again...
Yeah, because he has the
freeze.
timer, right?
Yeah.
So, no, okay, that goes back to my original question, right? I think that shouldn't be created and deleted all the times.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't.
Fair?
It should be hidden, right?
Fair?
And but the thing is, right? And that's why I really don't believe that hint should be on all the time. That control needs to be only one, like that widget, right? It shouldn't be one widget for the session marker, one widget for the cat pass, one widget for whatever. It should be just one widget, which programmatically like
It is.
shows. Right?
It's all the same widget.
But
it's all the same widget. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a master widget and then I'm calling the session marker function. So I have, if I come to here, I have a preset for the session marker and I have a preset for when we're doing tutorials.
But
so when we do, if I was to change this to call tutorial instead, we just set a fake delta time. Yeah, if I was to change that to call tutorial instead, compile, then when you do it, it plays the tutorial. It's all the same widget. I'm just calling different functions.
Okay, so okay, just create the widget. What is this? The character blueprint. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna change that, but for now, right? Can you create the widget in the begin play?
What's purple stuff on bro's ass? That is my graphics card dying. So I have my monitor's huge. I've got a 3840 by 1200. So basically I'm running everything at 4K. So, and I've currently got Unreal open. I'm streaming. I'm listening to Spotify. I'm streaming on Discord as well. And I've got like a couple YouTube videos open that I'm not watching, but they're loaded. And basically my graphics card's memory has died and it starts doing funny stuff with the shaders. So you wanted me to make this a component of the player character, Dado?
Yeah.
So it exists all the time and I'm just hiding it.
Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be a little bit of it not looking right whilst I work out how to do it.
No. I mean, can you just create a variable with that widget and then begin play? Just make that variable, right? Make that widget, right? And you assign it to the variable. Because like the component will do later.
Oh, in that case, it doesn't have to be a component then. You could just create
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be a component then, if you're going to do that.
Well, yes, it needs to because in theory, right, you shouldn't have any variable in the play class, but that is another, just for another day. All of these variable really, they are totally redundant. They all need to go, but for another day. For now, they can stay. For now. I mean, probably the next time we get latest version, those are all gonna be gone anyway.
Right. If I replace, so in the pause menu, we've got the render target stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If I replace that with the old static image version, are we using the pause menu?
Yeah, but we've got to sort out a few bugs after that.
But we're using it. But we are using it.
Yeah, we're gonna use it eventually. It's just like I wanted to ship it tonight, but then it didn't happen. So this is why I disable everything. I just want to ship it, but I mean, I'm taking ages to elaborate the animation, so it's not gonna happen tonight. But I really think, right? Yeah, I mean, the pause menu has got a lot of stuff that are not quite on par, and I think it should just be right a setting menu, like like oh yeah, choose. But even that, right? No, I mean, I don't think we should use it, and the reason is that like
You don't
you
think we
try
should?
to
Wait, what? The pause menu?
yeah. Because right, it's got 3 buttons and 2 of them are completely silly, right? Play and exit. I mean, that's just like yeah.
Well,
I think
play returns to the game and exits all of it to desktop.
yeah, but like they didn't do anything, right? The only information
do.
is in the settings, right?
No,
Uh
I disagree with that.
well, yeah, because you can have a pause by going into the setting menu, for example, and exit. You don't need a menu to exit anyway. The setting menu, right? At the moment, because we're not using anything in particular, right? You change all the settings, right? From medium to high to epic, and it's exactly the same. We don't want to use the low because this is silly and it looks horrible. So the difference in frame rate is minimal, and I think the whole screen there is over engineered from what we got now. So, for example,
But
the
difference in frame rate but the difference in frame rate on your setup or on my setup, on David's setup, is negligible, but not for everybody.
No, I think it is for everybody because it didn't change enough. I think
but people are going to want to be able to change like full screen window, borderless window, frame rate locks, resolutions, things like that. Even if you ignore all the rest of the stuff that I think should still be there anyway.
yeah, it's just not the right. It's just like I don't know. To me, it just feels like a joke to have all of these medium high settings and we got a bunch of cubes on the screen. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, but it's not just I know there's no texturing happening, but there's still a lot of like lighting happening and global illumination, shadows, and things like that.
Like, it's basically like the simplest rendering you ever do.
And you've also got foliage happening and fog and water shaders and stuff. Like,
foliage, eh? Well,
yeah, these trees are these trees.
No, those are not foliage. Those are meshes.
Okay, but still.
Yeah, but like, like if you show it to someone professional and like, you can't have a graphic settings and you just have a white box level. It's just like,
but
it just looks like we are taking the piss.
Right, but
I understand like changing the resolution. Yeah, fair enough, but
we're going to need it in the future anyway, and we need some of it now. So why not just have the settings menu? Because the setting menu now is built for what it will need it for in the future, even if people only use half of the menu now. And so many people ask for it every time we release without it. So why not just leave it?
Because I already know the feedback from the people that I'm interested in, and they say, it's a bit silly. But I wanna give the people that I'm really care about the feedback. I wanna give them 0% chance to make, or as little percent chance to make the same. That's a bit. That's a bit. So. Like the less they they think that it's like it doesn't look professional, right? To have a fully fledged setting menu with a bunch of cubes. Like sometimes doing nothing is a lot better because okay, yeah, there is a white box, and you know, like they are prototyping this stuff. But then they say, whoa, wow, they got like 20 million options there. What, to change a cube? And people that knows their stuff, they're gonna think, it's a bit weird. And I want those moments to feel, yeah, that's a little bit weird, to be as less frequent as possible. See, I don't mind, like, for the backers, for the blah blah, yeah, sure, you know, they can do whatever they want, but I just don't want to have that in the build for now.
Fair enough.
I mean, actually, the friend of mine is like he's super senior in the game industry, and he said the same thing. It's like, yeah, but that it does make sense. So yeah, I know. I think what we should have is the first time you run the game, it goes into the menu with Josh that does that jump thing with the rim lighting, like thing, and it just say play. I mean that is way cool, and that really, oh wow, shit, that is like, this is cool. And then unfortunately they run the game in the white box back.
Yeah, but see that intro menu, like that, the Josh in the rim lighting thing, and then you press play. When there's nothing on there, is more redundant in my mind than a settings menu in a white box world. Because at least the settings menu is still affecting lighting, global illumination, shadows, and things like that. Whereas that is literally just a splash screen and the word play. Like,
yeah. Is that, yeah.
We've got two splash screens on the way in. Why add a third that you have to interact with?
But when we had it, right, like, and I ran the game, that felt very good. That felt like high production value. That like, I mean, that like, see, yeah. I mean that like, that felt the most high production value.
Sorry,
of the whole game.
That tone of voice sounded really insulting to the work David done, and it's not, because it's a very cool shot, but it doesn't hit me with like high production value. If it was like the whole menu, and it was as you went through like settings and load level or select save or whatever, and like it progressed as you go through, that would feel like high production. But just him floating in darkness is like, why is there an extra splash screen I'm interacting with that I can't? I have one option. What is the point of giving me this option? You're just forcing a button press to get in.
Yeah, but it's a very high res screen that you won't see anymore in the game, because the game is gonna be a prototype white box.
Right. No. I was specifically trying not to bully David because it is a very cool shot. But my only argument was that it isn't, when there's no functionality in there, it isn't anything. It would feel more, purely from like a player standpoint, it would just feel like frustration because it's an extra step to get into the game every time.
But don't think about the player. Like,
But
I'm not interested in the
we're,
player.
But we're creating 4 players. How can you not
Yeah,
think of?
But I'm talking about a specific build. I'm not talking about the final game and menu setting. Like, those are completely two different things. I'm talking about.
But don't we want to present what the player experience would be? This is what we're offering to your player base. This is what we're offering to your community, to your clientele.
Yeah, but we have relatively few things, right? That they are up to a certain standard, and that menu there is one of the few things that, if that menu there was in the final product, I say, yeah, cool, you got this guy floating and this just play. It's just like it just feels okay. It just feels like proper, right? Like starting from the level, it just feels like, well, it's like, yeah, it's just a little bit more weird. And then luckily we got a very good animation system, and everything has to go with, right? But I think that initial step, it's actually quite critical.
Fair enough. See, you say that, Nosferatu. If the lead dev says it's such, you've got to delete it. And at the end of the day, he's more than likely right, and none of us are going to override, like you say, he's the lead dev. But I didn't get hired to be a yes man. And healthy debate and healthy conversation is how you progress any project forwards. You can't have everybody say yes to you all the time. Even if you are right and you end up being right at the end, and even if you end up being right every time, you still need people to force you to think about your decision. And vice versa. Having these debates helps me learn and think as well, and approach from alternative angles. Well, yeah, of course he's a pretty good arguer. He wouldn't have survived in any... You don't survive in any industry if you're not a good arguer. And that's what makes these conversations interesting and fun. And productive. Where Gary? Who's Gary? What do you mean? Oh! Gary. Every Scouser in the world. Alright, I know what you're on about. Yeah. But I've also slept since then, so find me some snack. What if there was a king bat with a comically large spoon? King butt with a comically large spoon. What? You're drunk. Do I not know? Me, I don't even know what I don't know.
Hey dog, you get some ice cream? It's only a spoonful.
I don't like how accurate that has been to me the last couple of days. Not that particular one, no. There's a lot of vines, but not that particular one. Alright. Oh, if you didn't know People Like Me existed. Usually, I'm on it with like internet history. Just because I have a weird fascination with like internet meme history. That particular one I didn't know. Simmer. Simmer Dune Aladdin. Okay, so Dado. Dado
Yeah.
darling. So I fixed the you can have multiple of these open at once. Basically, I just done an is valid check on if the actor, like the controller actor, exists or not, which works quite nicely, and it has an added side effect that you might like in that if you teleport super quickly, it doesn't even have time to add it to the screen. So it only adds it if you're taking a second between input. If you just tap it instantly, it doesn't even render it to screen, which was just like a happy side effect.
But why does he still create it then? I thought it was only hiding and unhiding, right?
Oh, the widget itself is hiding and unhiding, but the actor, like the controller mesh actor with the render target in that, is getting created and destroyed as and when, so that the render target's not there all the time. Like, but the widget itself always exists. It gets created once at begin play, and it's just being hidden and unhidden.
So when you call like play this like hint, it will create the controller and stuff, right?
Yeah, it spawns the controller, and then it does the whole like unhide the widget and play the animation shit, and then at the end it destroys the controller. But the widget itself isn't getting created and destroyed. The widget itself always exists.
Right. So, can I see the code?
No. Which code do you want to see?
That one, I think.
Show session marker.
Right. Okay. So.
Yeah. So this is we're in the player character right now. So when we do the begin play, it creates the master widget. It sets the variable and then it adds it to viewport. Just so that's all done once at begin play. And then
add it to viewport. Huh?
I mean, I could put that on the construct of the event graph for the widget if you want.
No, I mean, why we don't add it to the viewport only when we?
Because you're hiding and unhiding it anyway. So.
Are you sure that is really hidden?
I don't understand. I mean, I can't see it when I'm not calling it, so.
Yeah, but maybe it's doing some, maybe it's using. It's still using some resources. Like, why we don't do like add and remove from viewport when you open and close?
Because you asked me to hide and unhide, so that's what I done.
Yeah, but I didn't know that there was that add to view. I think add to viewport looks sus to me. Then if you just create the widget, right?
I
Like you
don't
said,
have I don't have a remove from viewport.
Really? So how do you do that normally?
Remove from parent, which destroys the widget.
What?
When I create it, I would add to viewport, and when I destroy it, I would remove from parent, which destroys it. I've never seen a remove from viewport. It's a remove from parent. Removes the widget from its parent widget. If this widget was added to the player screen or the viewport, it will also be removed from those containers. So yeah, the remove from viewport is the remove from parent, which destroys it.
But then why are the viewports is separate?
Because Unreal. I don't know.
I don't know. Just like it just looks very sus that add the viewport there.
But if I don't do this, then the hide unhide has no effect. It doesn't exist in the viewport.
Yeah, but then like if but then I think it's better to do create and destroy them.
So how we had it before.
Yeah.
Right.
But I didn't see added to viewport before.
I mean, you did. It's just been a few days. Well, a week and a half.
No, I mean, I didn't see add to viewport in the...
Well, because last time when we were going through, like when you were showing me how to break down event graphs and into functions and things like that, and we was doing it through the tutorial widget, we had a whole thing with add to viewport where I was adding it in the player character, and you were like, oh, that really should exist in the widget because it only applies to the widget. So I moved it inside one of the function of the widget. But because it was just getting done once here, rather than have it on the construct of the event graph, I just called it here. Oh, congrats, Nosferatu. You survived 18 years. Good man.
I'm gonna say, right, so the add to viewport take self as...
It can take self as, yeah, so I can put this in the event construct of the widget, and it will take self as a reference. That's fine.
Yeah, that's so
so
weird. Okay, just try to put it in the... Is the event construct the right place to put out the viewport? I mean, why? I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do that if the only way to remove it is to remove from the viewport. I just don't get it.
I don't have an answer for you. 1 year closer to death. 1 year closer to the dark embrace.
All right, let's try like this then.
I mean, this will work, function exactly the same. Oh, interesting. No, it won't. It won't even... That's interesting. It doesn't even... doesn't exist on the viewport.
Yeah, I think construct is not the right place. We got like begin play or like whatever the thing is. Okay, no, there's no begin play, so it must be there. Yeah, I mean, if it lets you do that, then it's probably okay. But
yeah, but except it's not working. Putting it here means it's not showing on the viewport, and it's going through all this logic because I can see it creating the controller and deleting it correctly. I can see it happening in the outliner, but it's not showing the widget on screen. But if I... Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say, why do we have dummy tutorial game mode? I mean, nowadays that is very important, but it kind of is.
Oh, my game mode is still set to dummy tutorial instead of MM.
But does it work without the dummy tutorial game mode?
Yeah. I mean, MM game mode. That dummy tutorial is more or less a duplicate of MM game mode, except it's where I was testing the logic for calling the tutorial system every 30 seconds or whatever. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh. I was expecting...
yeah, so...
But, so do you want the... So this adds a viewport. Are we alright to... See you later, Nosferatu. Are we alright to leave this here? Seeing as if we move it inside the widget, it stops working. Or we could make a widget. We could make a function for the widget that's literally function is adds a viewport. And at the start of like show session marker, we just add it to view. We just call that function. Sleep well, mate. Or no, you're in the state. Are you gonna no. Fairly well.
I don't know. It's just something not right into this thing, because like we're mixing matching functionalities that they belong to the widget, and we just call it. See, I would like to know why.
I could maybe put this at, like I say, I could put it at the start of these. Probably here. Yeah. So I could put it in there and then it's in the widget, but I have to remove it from parent at some point, otherwise we get this warning being like, you're trying to add it to the viewport when it's already been added to the viewport. It gives you this little warning.
Oh, yeah.
So I would have, but that means we're going back to the previous method of...
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's not good, because you need to add it when you create it, not like in a function, right?
Yeah, yeah. Which is why I done it on the begin play. Not on the begin play, sorry, on the... Yeah, on the player characters begin play. That's why I done it here. I've got to admit, I am surprised it didn't work on the event construct for the widget, but...
I'm gonna say, like, that's called in the begin play.
The player characters begin play, yeah.
So I think that is called after, I mean...
Yeah, but putting this on the construct should always happen after this, because this being created is the event construct. This is what fires the event construct.
Yeah, but I think the constructors go a different life cycle. I think the construct doesn't have
so we could do it as a like.
It doesn't have a correct.
So we could make this an add to viewport function, and we do like create, set the reference, and then we pull off and we call the add to viewport function, and then it's all inside the widget. Even though the function is literally just calling this node, but you know, It would all be inside
in
the
the
widget.
same game.
So we could go like it's already okay. Guessing this will work, and this only fires once. Yeah, so we could do that, and then it belongs to the widget. Like you're calling the function that belongs to the widget, but we're still manually choosing when to make sure it gets called at the right time.
Yeah, but it's wrong because like when you create the widget, right, it should be self-contained. Like you shouldn't, because then like if you create 10 of those widgets, you need to remember to add to the viewport for each one of those 10. And that is the thing that I'm really not keen on. Like you should never have a dependency like that. Like when you use something, you should be able to use it without any side effects, or without remembering to, do extra stuff. So this is why I think it's a bit. This whole thing is a bit. It's a bit sus. I really don't know why
we could make it part of the player HUD, and you're turning it on and off there, because the player HUD exists all the time, and it's the player HUD is always in the viewport, and then you'd be turning it on and off through that, rather than it being its own.
Well, no, because
widget thing.
The widget doesn't need to know about the player HUD.
No, it would belong to the player HUD. The player HUD would know about the widget.
No, but that's like you're creating an extra dependency for nothing. Like the player widget should behave without the hint, because that's a different thing. Because then when you change something and then you need to remember to update the widget, and it's like every system should be completely autonomous from each other. Otherwise, you're gonna always chasing stuff. When do you do the add to viewport in the other things? Do you do it?
What do you mean?
Like for example, for the HUD, right? When do you call add to viewport? In the player character? In the player?
Yes, in the player character. So on the player characters begin play.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do that, I guess. And when the widget constructs, it does a timer before calling the add to viewport to make sure that it's got time to exist before.
Sorry, what did you do?
Oh, it doesn't work anyway. Don't worry. What happens if I make it longer? I don't think that's.
No. I mean, that's horrible. That is the.
It doesn't work anyway.
Yeah, but it shouldn't It's
I don't know. Then I'm out of ideas of how we can add to viewport other than in the player character. either in the player character, either in the player character's begin play, or we create and destroy as and when we call it up to be used. Those are the only two answers. Only two solutions I've got.
Alright, so let's put it in the player
Okay.
character.
Yeah, works. Why is that just snapping in so quickly and not fading in? Fades in the first time.
Okay, this revelation is taking ages. But at least it's not crashing.
Yeah. Close. It's not one of those.
Okay, I need to leave the computer on to do the operation. Hopefully she don't do it twice.
That works.
Alright.
Um,
I need the PC organs, but
sorry?
I need to go to sleep. So what's the current? So we got the hint, right? The hint are
Yeah, so
working.
yeah, so currently the session marker hint works. I need to request something before you go. Pause menu. Are we so we're not using the pause menu, no?
No. Not now.
Oh, we use okay. So I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So I don't need to worry about that. Another time, doesn't matter. That's something I need to address. That can be done another time. Okay, so okay, so I know your PC's getting used up at the moment. To elaborate, you can't change code, can you? Or add code?
Code I probably can, yeah.
Okay, could you add 2 events for me into David's code? So his session marker thing, where he's given me like an event for it opening and closing. I need to know if it's closing because you've teleported or if it's closing because you've placed, rather than just closing in general. Because like that whole little highlight thing I do, at the moment it's only doing it on travel because I'm manually telling it I'm traveling.
Yeah.
I could do some blueprint trickery to work out which one we're doing. But if you can add it as an event in code, it's gonna be way cleaner.
Yeah. So yeah, actually, if you go into the no, actually, okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Okay, let's do it now.
You were about to walk me through how to do it, weren't you? And then decided not to. You decided it was too dangerous.
No, I would just have to go like, oh, go here, go there, go there.
Is there anything else other than getting this session marker hooked up that you really want me to get done tonight? Like, I want to tick off as much as possible tonight since I'm not around tomorrow.
So, you know that menu with just floating. Like the thing is, right now we can't even use that. Even when we reintroduce the pause button, right? Pause menu, right? Problem with that is that that blur is done everywhere, right? So that will blur high res Josh floating, right? So
no,
well, yeah, it does. Like if you run it now, you see it's all blurred.
Was it? Oh, yeah. I know. Okay, I know. Sorry, I was thinking of a different blur. I thought you meant like the motion blur effect, just the generic like background blur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, what I need is that menu to get just one button play, but with the normal bitmap, not like the render tag, just a simple bitmap, like and without the blur.
Okay.
And that will be played only once at the beginning of the game.
Okay.
So that is the only the other thing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I can't really can't build it because otherwise it's gonna crash my.
Okay. For now, I can do some trickery in Blueprint to work out which one it is, and I can leave you like a message and a screenshot on that of where it is for you to delete tomorrow and replace with the correct event, if you want.
No, I mean I can I can give to you, but I just you let me know if it builds because I'm really not sure it builds. what's called travel and what's the other one called? Place.
Yeah, place.
Right. We're gonna go a little bit. I'm really not sure if any of this will even beat, but I'm gonna check it in and then yeah,
Okay.
and then I continue with the thing.
You checking it in now?
Yeah.
No worries. I shall close my Unreal Engine.
What the hell? 16. 7. Target in a second. Okay.
I'm back in a sec. I just need to pee. Actually, to be fair, I might just stop the streams because I'm not sure there's anybody in here. Yes.
Alright.
Oh, it looked like my stream might have frozen anyway. Is the stream frozen? Oh no, restream's frozen. The stream hasn't. Interesting. Well, anyone that is in the stream still, thank you for staying with us this long. Thank you for spending the night with us, and pop peace.